Let's make sure the mic is working. Da, 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 da.
Mary Kay finished. He like decisions. So. Oh, they can. He drove to Marcos, to get talk through the story. Oh, shoot, I forgot. But it's pretty cool. Yeah, I know it's beautiful. Any that's what you got. Okay. It's gonna be beautiful. With or without. With the fancy. Yes. Later.
Found out it didn't spell graduation, right?
You graduated with an X, so.
It says graduation.
Sure, you find there's certain words you can't.
Yeah.
Numbers.
Where is this? Where is that? Snow Park, and like where the.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah,
They went up this stage.
that's what we're being told. We're doing a walkthrough tomorrow,
We're gonna walk where?
Deer Valley,
For graduation, and the kids are gonna come in from.
the chairlift.
The state, right, where they do.
Yeah, so they're gonna load up and then download. So they'll have to go every other chair because of capacity.
Oh, yeah.
So we're gonna hopefully finalize all details tomorrow. For the
That's very
walkthrough.
fun.
Are y'all coming?
Yeah.
Are y'all gonna do that?
Yeah.
Hey.
How long do you think it will let this extend the time because of,
We're gonna start loading probably just before 4,
oh, so it's an hour. Yeah.
to make sure we have everybody down by start time.
It should be done then.
Yeah, and we'll have some kids here.
Are we just gonna be up there?
That is up to you guys, if you want to ride or not. We'll-
Well, I mean, I want
Just don't bring your shit for us. Just to do it.
I call to order this meeting of the Park City Board of Education. We will start with the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board will now adjourn to closed session for the purpose of strategy session to discuss collective bargaining, a strategy session to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation, and to discuss the character, professional competence, or physical and mental health of an individual or personnel.
Can I motion? Can we do property as well?
Oh, and also to discuss property.
I make a motion to move to close for reasons sensitive.
All second. All in favor?
Roll
Roll call. Meredith, yeah, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Eileen, yes.
Kathleen Brickell. Susan Goldberg, yes.
It's trying to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to find. Yeah.
All right, welcome everyone. We are gonna start out our meeting now with a construction update from JD.
First is the best, but let's see.
Good job. You can get out of it.
We were,
I have a 4-H group that I take care of every other Tuesday, and that's what I get very good hands, so we're good. It's just some graphics real fast here. We'll start with Treasure Mountain, just so, just a reminder of everything that's going on over there. So, obviously the softball field's done. You've seen the baseball netting going up. They'll be moving over to the softball field, next. The soccer fields are rough graded. We're about a foot away from subgrade, which would be on the north side would be the pad. So we're about a foot away from that. 18 inches on the south side. You can see the concrete wall going up between the two there, which is where the press box sets for both sides of those fields, and then the bleachers. And there's a separation wall that you're seeing formed right now, so that when you're playing, you don't see the other field. And so that's ongoing right now. The support building, the foundation's up, and so they gotta do the underground, then they'll pour the slab, and then they'll start the CMU. That's the only building that isn't done over there. The press box and the team rooms and the dugouts, we've got the roof on the team rooms, the metal roof. There's metal roof that goes on the dugouts. They've done the floors in the team rooms. And they're working their way kind of around those buildings. They get a brick veneer that you've seen going up. That's kind of covers that CMU, that's more decorative. The soffits, and those roofs are gonna happen at the same time. That probably, you'll start to see that next week. You're starting to see where the batting cages are. We filled in the holes, the sewer's been repaired, all that's been fixed, and so they're starting to grade that now. They're going pretty hot and heavy on that today. This south parking lot on that south soccer field is subgrade. Just waiting to turn the corner, but that is the existing parking lot in Poland, and that'll wait until school's out. So all the utilities except for the gas and the electric are done. They are getting close on the electric. So that's all the site there. You'll start to see the poles go up for the soccer fields, and if we can get any squeezing in the tennis courts, I don't think we can, but we'll get all the lighting up for the soccer fields. They're staged, immobilized, and ready to go there. The tennis courts are tentatively scheduled to start mid-July. That's when they'll come in and do the concrete, the post tension on those. And the turf for the soccer field is scheduled July 6th. The tanks that contain the sludge from the dewatering operation should be off-site by next week. We started to haul that sludge off. We do have a couple tanks. We have 1 tank and a half of clean water that has to be discharged. But because we moved into May, we had to run some more tests on that. We got 1 back today, should have the next test back next week. And so then we'll discharge that. But those tanks, what's today, Tuesday? It'll probably be in a Monday or Tuesday, but then they'll just roll them off and be out of there. We've got about a week's worth of grading on the softball field to clean it up. The turf's there, then they'll come and turf that. So hopefully end of next week, probably the first of next, you'll start to see the turf go down on the baseball field. So then, like I said, all the utilities are in there. You're starting to see some site grading going on. There are multiple piles of material out there. Some is topsoil, some is clean soil. most of the majority of the contaminated soil is on that north side, where the tennis courts are, so, I don't know if you guys wanna have any questions about that, or do you wanna move on to Dozier, but, that's it for treasure, so.
Just one question.
Sure.
Do we know yet when we're gonna be actively using any of these fields?
So, I would say by the end of July, we could probably use the soccer, baseball, and the softball fields, right? The biggest thing that would take to be finished is that piece of concrete in between the soccer and the baseball and softball fields. That's a big plaza, right? And it has some architectural features that are like little, I don't even know how to describe it, little, architectural features out of that. But those may not be done, but the big thing would be having that concrete done, right? So it was seamlessly in between each of those. I don't know about the restroom facilities. The fields would be playable, but I don't know that all the bathrooms would be done. So they are, you know, they're in the middle of the mechanical in all those buildings, so all the bathrooms are getting plumbed in, all the HVAC is going in, all that stuff's going in. But by the end of July, I would say it'd be probably pretty close in those buildings.
How does that
So-
align with our seasons?
So,
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll be ready for fall. Keep in mind the parking lot's gonna be torn up as well. We decided we'd like to not do the parking lot until after school is out. We didn't lose all those spots where kids are parking now. But as far as getting on there for practice and whatnot, I'm guessing teams will be able to get on there for fall. Our football team's purposely scheduled later, by home games, so. But yeah.
yeah, I'm not worried about Dozier at all. I think the football thing's in great shape, so. But the fields, the big thing will be that parking lot. That parking lot's gonna be pushed into September, just because we've waited till school is out. There's two big utility crossings that come across there, and they're gonna take a little bit of time, but that whole thing gets replaced, right? It's all new asphalt, all new sub base and everything else, and so it's gonna take a little time, but it's, right now, the schedule's showing that pushed into September. So, and along with the tennis courts, right? Tennis courts will be, like I said, they are scheduled for mid-July. Once that's poured, they have to set for about 30 days, right, before they can surface them. So as soon as that 30 days is up, they can surface them and stripe them. But there's also the site fencing, and they'll start that pretty soon here, but that whole thing gets re-fenced, and so you'll start to see the site fencing going too, so. He's actually at Dozier this week, starting the fence at Dozier, so, a lot of these subcontractors are working both of these fields, right? They're working Treasure and Dozier at the same time, so they kind of bounce back and forth.
Saves us some money, right?
Yeah, so, but,
Looking forward to a grand opening.
yeah.
We are too.
Nobody could, maybe more than me, but if he could, maybe, I don't think so though. But, and then you'll start to see that north pile too start to disappear as that is incorporated back into the landscaping and everything that goes around these ball fields. So along the frontage there, along Kearns and everything, so they've actually started some of that, so they're doing it right now, actually, as we speak, so you'll start to see that. They are actively working that pile, but I've got assurances from them that they're gonna be double covering that now from here on out. You know, it's hard when you see that pile sometimes with the wind and everything. It's a monumental task to keep that thing covered all the time, right? So, but I think that with the double cover, that'll help, so. That's it for Treasure, unless you guys have any more there. So we'll move on to Dozier. So Dozier's way is right on schedule. I mean, it's just tracking so nicely. The track demolition will be done the end of this week. So they will be completely out of there. They're gonna start the regrading actually. And they are scheduled to be in here. Let's see my notes here. June 15th. So they will start re-pouring that track. They've got about a month scheduled for pouring. So July 10th is kind of their finish date there. And then again, that'll set for a little while it cures up. It'll be curing in different stages a little bit, but the west side home bleachers are just kicking really. That's a whole concrete structure, right? With the concessions on the back side of it at ground level. And so they are about 70% complete with the concrete there. They've already started the steel on the south end of that structure and the deck for the second level. And so, and then they're just gonna work their way across it north. And and then the rest of the seating and everything is precast. And it is scheduled to be here the 8th, right after school's out. So you'll start to see them swinging that in there with a crane. They'll get all that seating done. The concessions have the slabs to be poured, the foundations are done. But they're behind that structure. So if you're on the back side of the church there, you can see that, those little buildings coming up there. There is that 8-foot sidewalk that goes all the way around the track. The south side, I would say, is about 75% done, which has a retaining wall against the apartments there. And then is a little railing going along the track there. This is to keep people off the track, right? So your foot traffic can work its way all the way around the track, both north and south. They've started the south side, which is an ADA ramp partially, and then it flattens back out as it gets back towards the west there. But they've started the footing for that, and they started partial retaining wall of that. That's kind of incorporated in that 70%. Once they finish this south side, it ties right into that structure. They'll move over to the north side. Most of the site utilities are done there. I would say the sewer and the electrical's going hot and heavy right now. Rocky Mountain Power's coming in to set a transformer here pretty soon. On the east side, sorry. All those buildings are up. Obviously, you can see the siding going up on those. That's on both buildings. The roofs are done. They're inside doing all the mechanical and electrical and plumbing. They are getting ready to grade out the visitors bleacher pad. The bleachers are coming in the end of June. That's for both sites. They're gonna, again, hop back and forth as to what's available, but we're gonna pour that pad pretty soon for the visitor site bleachers there. And the fencing guy, like I said, has started. The canopy the footings are already in for the canopy, so it's just a matter of finalizing that stuff. But Dozier's right on track. It's right on schedule, if there ever was, and we've just had good weather, good working conditions. The last real big utility probably to go in there is the water, which is a cut into Lucky John. I'm just gonna tell you right now so that you're aware of that. We're trying to get that permitted now. We were able to keep, originally, the original design showed the sewer and the gas and the water being tied into Lucky John. We were able to not do the gas and the sewer through some design changes, but we cannot change the water over there. There was only a 3/4 inch line that ran that old concessions building, and this building is, 3 or 4 or 5 times the size of that with bathrooms and everything else. So they're in the process of that, but there will be some work back on Lucky John. So
When was that?
they have not issued the permit yet, so they're in the permitting process right now. They think they could get it done with a day closure, but I would highly doubt that the city would give them a day closure on the permit. They may, I don't know, we'll just have to see.
So how long will it take, just a day for them to do it?
If they could close the whole road down, but if they have to do it in sections, right, you have to have one-way traffic both directions, and that's
And would you have to turn the water off at that neighbors?
No,
They bring
no
in-
turn off with the neighbors. There's already an existing connection there. We might have it shut off for a minute or two while we make the new connection, but that's probably it, so.
And then what's the time frame of this being finished?
So they will be finished, they're showing about August, first part of August, so there'll be some cleanup stuff that they'll have to do, right? The track striping may not be done, but the track surface would be done. It just all depends on a couple of things falling into place, but the buildings would be done for sure, no question about it. In fact, they're scheduled to tie the football field back in. I have it written down here, July 20th. So
Okay.
they'll be back in to tie that back into the track. So most of that will be usable, other than there may not be the lines painted, a few things like that, but all the buildings should be done. So they are really moving pretty quickly over there.
How's the tech holding out?
So it's rolled back, right, it's a big carpet, if you've ever looked at it, and then they've taken all of the infill, which is the rubber and the sand, and they suck all that up and then set that on top of it, it's kind of weighing it down. So they'll just roll it back, redo the infill, stitch it back to the concrete, it's anchored to that concrete track is where it's gonna be. That's how they anchor these things around this whole. The baseball field, softball field, soccer fields, you'll see this concrete curve. Yeah, that's how that turf is anchored, so.
So it'll be ready for football season?
Oh, yes, yeah, for sure. I can't see, well, I think they wanna practice there, is that right, Jamie? And so I think that they'll be able to practice there as well. And, they may have to walk across plywood to get onto the field while they're doing the track, but they should be able to practice there all summer, so, or when I think we coordinate the dates, obviously, but yeah, they should be ready to go, so.
Thanks.
I'm just curious, sorry, about the ADA ramp,
On the north side,
yeah. So that comes up to the.
so as you work your way to the west, so if, let's say you're walking to the north down that, you know, you can kind of see the sidewalk. You see the yellow dots, those are light poles, right? The sidewalk's right next to that. So as you're walking along that sidewalk, there you go, and as you're coming around, it starts to ramp up. Right, oh, about there,
Okay.
somewhere right there, it starts to gradually ramp up to so you get to the level of those bleachers on that other side, so it walks right into it, so,
Okay, so it's actually raised on the west side.
yes,
of the building.
yes. Yeah, if you go over behind the church parking lot, drive around there, you'll see how much we've raised it up, there's a new block wall around there and everything else, and so, and you'll see those concession sides are what they call, you know, at that garden level there, so.
Progress.
Yes, yeah, and then the other side, just so you know, the south side's flat enough. And it's a natural ramp up, I think it meets the same requirements, so either way you go, I think to make the ADA.
Any other questions?
Great.
Thank you, Katie.
Jen.
Dr. Knapp. Please join us.
My name is Jacqueline Knapp. I'm your special education director, and I have a short presentation for you on our new social skills adoption for the secondary. This is the last piece in our improvement cycle. Since 2018, our graduation rates have improved from 72% to 92%. In terms of growth, we're no longer identified in any targeted support improvement category. And our students are now making academic growth that is outperforming their general education peers across the state. For the last 3 years in a row, we have won awards for post-high outcomes. So we're top in our category for students enrolled in higher education, students who are competitively employed or otherwise employed. So special education has been working hard on our academic outcomes and our post-high school outcomes. And now it's time for the next piece in our strategic plan for our social skills evolution. Several years ago, we adopted an elementary social skills set of programming, and today we're ready for the evolution in our secondary content. Students with disabilities face complex emotional shifts, and things are new. We have digital safety, complex peer relationships, and our students are navigating the transition from high school to college. They're managing all types of regular student stress in addition to stress that comes from being disabled, which can include academic stress or emotional health. And they're working on mastering their workplace communication. Because of these complex challenges, we focused on finding programs that had a research base, longitudinal research, and a really good, clear track record of student improvement and outcomes that focused on community transition and doing well in school. Our committee included speech language pathologists, special education teachers, social workers, parents, and secondary administrators. As you can imagine, we have a diverse set of needs, and so we actually adopted 3 different programs to make sure we could accommodate all of our learners. The first program we adopted is Everyday Speech. This has an expansive digital library and has a lot of modeling lessons specifically tailored for our students with significant cognitive disabilities. So these are easy to use, easy to understand, short and digestible. They keep even our most struggling learners engaged. And for our struggling learners, it does include some games and some worksheet components as well. So this would be for more significantly cognitively disabled students. The next one is for our older high school students. This is an evidence-based curriculum developed by UCLA called PEERS. It's backed by research and shows even long-term gains 3 to 5 years after intervention. This is ideal for our populations that have average to high cognitive capability, but also have difficulty navigating social situations. You can imagine this would be for a student maybe with high functioning autism who does well academically but struggles socially. So that profile of students. This has a lot of modeling and it's best practiced in groups, which is helpful for our social workers as they help students combine their skills and work together. The last one is social thinking. This focuses on the cognitive processes that drive social skills. In other words, this program teaches them to think about how other people are thinking. So those complexities. Teaches them to initiate, to listen, to abstract what things mean, getting the big picture, and then doing so with humor and relatedness that's appropriate. So with these 3 different curricula, we can provide IEP services that are research-based in the social skills, and then support the whole spectrum of students with disabilities. Our rollout plan and training sequence timeline is for this fall, and then we will have a mid-year review and analysis of the progress in January. At that time, we can do any future training that is needed. Tomorrow, we will hold a parent meeting where parents can come and see the content, ask any questions they have. We'll hold that via Zoom from 4 to 5 p.m. and Colton has posted that on our website. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Dr. Gavin. Do parents have to opt in, or is this part of the IEP?
This would be students who have IEP goals that are based in social skills.
And do you have an idea or an estimate of how many of the high schoolers, for example, would be using this?
So in high school alone, we would probably have 35 students who are on IEPs accessing social skills. So a variety of disabilities actually access this type of program.
I have one question. Can we go back to the first slide?
Slowly.
That we have 92% of our sped students who are graduating.
Yes, sir.
What's the state graduation rate generally?
Not that good.
That's what I was thinking.
I believe it is around 80% for the schools who are doing well, generally speaking. And some years that has been actually 100%.
And what is it for all students statewide?
I'll have to look, but I'm happy to get that to you. I think it's somewhere between 70 and 80%.
So either way, our sped students graduating at a high rate, or that's incredible.
Yes, and our students are also outperforming our general education students statewide. So our special education students are making more than 50% growth every single year. That's outperforming all of the other general education students statewide.
I have a question. Are these students still that don't take 21 or 22? That included in that?
So this is actually for RISE only. Our students with more complex disabilities take an alternate assessment, and we also outperform the state there as well.
So the state rate was 89.8% for the cohort of 2025, recognizing that the way in which the state measures graduation, it is a student who starts at that school in 9th grade and finishes in 12th grade.
So we came in.
You would not be considered as part of that cohort.
You get counted against someone else's?
You
Or
just
if you
not
don't
get
get counted?
counted.
You get counted, but not a part of the state cohort. So they're looking for 9th to 12th, oftentimes we may report out, we had a, 98% graduation rate. That could be those seniors who started with us in August and finished with us in June, not necessarily started with us as a freshman.
So prior to open enrollment, all of our students would have been with us and gone through the system.
Any other questions?
So, yeah, are you asking for us to, I'm looking at the second slide that's in the agenda with the costs? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, Lori Pierce has the cost sheet for you and it is included in the budget request for this meeting.
No, this is just a presentation and discussion. I believe it's a decision item in June.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Principal five.
Right.
Come on up.
Thanks, Drew. It is so much fun to get to come talk about Park City High School at the end of the year, loaded with all of the incredible data and feats that our school has accomplished. But before a presentation gets pulled up, I think as I was processing like Park City High School in a year, what happens at Park City High School is because you take this incredible community, parents, students, board leadership, right? And then you have all these presentations from elementary schools and Ecker, and you've seen all the good work they're doing. Put that all in a pot, add our world-class staff to it, and it is world-class. Sprinkle some seasoning from the Ed Foundation, maybe some fairy dust from the Ed Foundation, and you get this. And it's incredible. It is so easy to brag about Park City High School. And I'll talk about what we're doing to improve, but I get to start by saying what a year and what we accomplished. So if you want to go to the next slide, well, that's mission and vision. I hope you all know it, right? We're inspiring and supporting all students to equitably achieve their academic and social potential, but go to the next one. I wanted to capture some pictures that show how that came to life at Park City High School. We'll start in the center. So excited this year, we brought on unified sports, both a basketball team and a dance team. And it was so much fun. Unified is for our students with complex needs or special needs get to compete in sports. It's the first time we've ever had it at Park City High School. Our basketball team won a state championship. Huge kudos to their coach, Zach Blazak, who was a special ed aide, and they had a blast. I got to go down to games. It is the best day of the year, only to be topped by our dance team. Dancing, last Friday, I was watching them dance, and it is a joy and a privilege. Miss Anderson helped start that program this year. So you want to talk about letting people reach their potential and giving them access. We were able to do that. Top left, you have student council. Top right, you have girls golf winning state championship. Bottom right, you've got a student in a construction tech class, which I love. Our CTE program is pretty good. We've had pretty good leadership in that department for a while now. So by pretty good, it's incredible. Like the best, and that's an example of that. Bottom left, that's where we should get funding from, maybe like the Board of Realtors, because that's a signing day with Yale, Dartmouth, and MIT. That's not abnormal to Park City. Signing days are such a celebration. I'd encourage anyone to go, because you want to talk about kids reaching their potential, getting to go on and play sports or be a part of activities in college. It's a special day, that one. I chuckled at that one and said that the realtors are gonna like that one a lot. You can go to the next slide. I couldn't stop here. Top left, we started the year off girls cross country winning a state championship. Bottom left, state band, performing arts, incredible. There's one picture better than the rest. That's the LIA picture. That's because Colton took it. The rest of them are amateur with my iPhone. But that's our LIA Day of the Dead celebration, to watch our students get to embrace their culture and heritage. It's as beautiful or more beautiful than the picture. Debate in the middle bottom there. Listen to this. Miss Williams sent me this of the seniors going that are in debate. This is where they're going. Harvard, Yale, Vanderbilt, UC Boulder, Washington, USC, DePaul, Montana State, and the U of U. So that's a little secret sauce for colleges. And the right, we have Sterling Scholars, but we also have kids going to trade schools. We have kids going to, on religious missions. We have kids that are reaching their dreams out of high school at a profound level. And again, it's the pot. We're pouring all this in the pot, and we get at Park City High School to see it. And we see it more than any other school. And not that the elementary schools don't get to see it, but we literally get to see them walk across the line on June 5th and throw their caps in the air. And that's what we do. So it's a privilege to be at Park City High School because that's what I see every day. I just watch the mission and vision come to life. These are just a few small examples of that, and wanted to share some pictures with you. You can jump to the next slide. Academic success, you've got a lot of data from our school right now. We did receive number 5 ranking in the state. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Why we did is in the middle there. It shows our data. We're ranked number 1 in college curriculum is really our bread and butter. Proficiency is where we have some work to do, but I'm going to highlight that in a moment. And then just some other data points. 2,170 AP tests given this year. That's not the most ever. That's the second most ever. Average ACT score of 23.5, although that might be going up because I guess AT screwed up how they scored, and only scores are going up. 4,964 concurrent enrollment credit hours earned for college in addition to the AP test. Huge shout out to Adrienne Woolley and her team. One of the awards that we're most excited about this year is that's from the State Office of Education. And that is for our ML students accessing college and career readiness courses as well as AP courses. So that is a huge shout out to our Dream Big program, Mel Moffitt, Anna Williams, and Sykes. Again, Adrienne Woolley supporting concurrent enrollment, and our AP teachers encouraging all students to take these rigorous classes that make Park City High School so special.
Do we have the financial value?
Yeah,
Of
so
these? Because like, that's
Yeah, state families just over 1.8 million in college tuition.
That's in the concurrent enrollment. That doesn't include the AP, and that's priced at UVU as an average rate, so could be more, but 1.8 million for concurrent enrollment through UVU alone. Let alone the 2170 AP test, if at a 3 credit hour, that's an additional 6,000 plus credit hours if all accepted, which is another $2+ million. It's a good day. It's a good day. We can jump to the next slide. So I want to dive into that national ranking a little bit more. The left scorecard, the 94.92, that's Park City scorecard. The middle scorecard is the top ranked school in the state, that's Beehive. And you can kind of see how we compare. And then those numbers off to the right. So spoiler alert or not, this is 22-23 data. That's how we got ranked for this year. It's a little bit disappointing how slow it is to get to the data, but our current proficiency data, which we're really proud of, these are the highest scores Park City High School's ever had on the Aspire test. Math 53%, reading 69%, science 70%. So look out for our ranking in 28-29. It's going to be really good, really good. But you can do the math there. I think we'll be number 1. And we're proud of that. So a couple of highlights on those Aspire scores, just to give you an idea. Our math 10 score is 14% higher, breaking that down a little bit than the state average, and it's 4% higher than math 10 was last year. Our science 10 score is 22% higher than the state average and 23% higher than it was the year prior. Our reading 10 scores is 21% higher than the state average and 1% higher than it was last year. Math 9 is 23% higher than the state average and 4% year over year. And Math 9 has been on a tear for the last 5 years. They've been working on this and they're still making gains. Science in 9th grade is 78% proficient. Will certainly be the highest in the state in public schools as we were last year at a lower rate. Just 28% higher than the state average and 6% improvement from last year. And reading in 9th grade is 24% higher than the state average. It is down 2% from last year. We were the highest performing school, but the fact that they've been able to stay at that bar and the 70% proficiency, I think is pretty commendable. So that's kind of breaking down that 53, 69 and 70%. And we're really proud of that movement. What that allows us to do now is this data is now what I would consider valid. We took the test seriously. We did implement some instructional strategies to improve those scores, but a big part of it was simply taking the test seriously. Now we have valid and reliable data that we can attack next year. And because that data is incredible compared to the state, it's pretty untouchable. But if you fall outside of that data, if my kid's in the 30% that's not proficient, great, the data, what are you doing about my kid? Well, now we have valid and reliable data. So we put our teachers in PLCs and we have them strategically address the gaps and needs of kids. And you do that over and over again. And that's how personalized learning comes to life. And that's how we keep meeting kids where they're at. Because I love the data and I want to be number one, but I don't really care what US News and World reports, because I want every kid to leave Park City High School and say it's the best high school in the world. Because if they go that way, they were loved, they were challenged, they learned, and they feel prepared. The data will happen as we continue to do that, because it's already happening. But that's what we want, every kid to leave, and we're not there yet. A lot of kids say it's the best high school in the state, best high school in the world, but there are kids that are not saying that right now. So that's what why we have to stay on this journey of personalizing learning and making it more special. We're gonna celebrate a heck of a lot along the way. Our staff deserves that, our kids deserve that, you deserve that. This is a celebration of all of us, celebration of the elementary schools. You can jump to the next slide. We talked about some of the things we do, some of the things that are fun about Park City High School. Up there, we believe in PLCs at Park City High School. That's our tracking, those little dots and check marks. We're tracking every teacher, how many meetings they're in, how many meetings happen on a weekly basis on Friday. We provide feedback on their meetings based on a tracker they submit. So it provides a level of accountability, but it's also, the meetings are teacher run. They know how to deal with it. We just ask for feedback. Do they love the trackers? Probably not. But we want them to be in a small amount of discomfort. It's like exercise. We don't want them to kill themselves because then they can't get up for a week. We want just that slight discomfort to keep pushing. And then we pull back and feed them and make sure that they have those good days to rest and celebrate as well. We have a building leadership team and an operational leadership team made of teachers and staff. The high school is so special because we also have students in leadership roles, Student Council, Latinos in Action, the Minor Athletic Advisory Committee, National Honor Society, all to name a few. Culture, as the superintendent will tell you, each strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we could not be more aligned in that. One of the things we do to try to keep things fun is we had a staff at Winter Games during the Olympics. We were having Winter Games and we had a lot of fun competition. You've got to smile, you've got to make things fun for your staff. I want our staff to come to work and say, it's fun to work here. And not every staff member loves every little silly game we play, but if we do enough silly little things, we're going to connect with them somewhere. And then I don't pretend to be the best at anything. That supporting our MLs, that's an example of a PD that was led by our ML teachers for our whole staff. The great thing about Park City High School is I don't have to be the expert in anything because I've got experts everywhere. So we try to lift those experts up. That's an example of the PD that was put on by staff, not by administrators. Go to the next slide for me, Drew. So communication. Some of the highlights of how we communicate. Most people know me as the YouTube video guy. I regularly go out and about and they're like, I think I know you. It's like, you watch me on YouTube, my video notes. We also have a weekly newsletter that goes out every week in collaboration with our PTO. We call it the Silver Scoop. We have a weekly calendar and notes that go out to the staff. That's the weekly calendar you see on the left. One thing we've done this year, Jamie Sheets, Chris Bear really helped us get this off the ground over the course of the last year. We've moved to a model where all of our athletics and activities communicate through one platform, Sports U. No more figuring out different platforms. Sports U, we also have access to everything in the background. We had to use it once this year. We needed to see some messaging to verify that everything was above board. It was actually, it wasn't our staff specifically, but you call Sports U, we immediately have access to all the messaging so we can see it. Offers a safety protection as well. So those are some of the examples of how we're trying to create efficient and effective communication. We'll jump to the next one. Community alliances are huge. I'd be remiss this year if I didn't give a huge shout out to Basin Recreation and Park City Recreation. We couldn't use our fields. Our girls just won the semifinals of the state lacrosse game because both Basin and the PC Recreation said, we're happy to help. Let us know what you need. And they went above and beyond. Great partners. Community Foundation supports us through Youth United and other endeavors like Live PC, Give PC. We're grateful for their. We have the best SRO in the state. He's incredible. Art is world class, and we just feel like our students and staff are much safer because we have an SRO in the building. So we're grateful for the funding that you put into that, along with our partnership with the Park City Police Department. PC Caps is our program, but one thing that makes it so unique is we are interacting, and our students are interacting with so many different community partners because of CAPS. And then we're so excited about what the Go Miners Foundation is gonna do for athletics, because we've already seen how the Park City Education Foundation has exponential impact. I'm telling you, their dollar goes farther. It's like, you get us where we need to be, and then they can, I'm serious when I say it's that flavoring, it's that seasoning, it's exponential on the back end. So, they're obviously a partner that every school's highlighted as well. So that's a little bit of our community alliances. And, excellent personnel, some fun stories. We have a lot of excellent personnel. I want to share couple fun stories. I'm at a Utah game, and all of a sudden I'm like, there's on the big screen, Zach Giddings conducting the whole University of Utah. I'm like, that's a band teacher. I'm taking a picture of the big screen, and he didn't even tell me. So that was Zach Giddings, and everyone knows how incredible Zach is. We got to honor two best friends who are retiring, Deb and Mary Sue, and Joanna Andres won Teacher of the Year. And, I have the privilege of inviting two other staff members here today. They didn't know this, but they're here to be told how awesome they are as well. So I want to talk about Ashley Jensen and Dave Fiesler for a moment. Ashley, it was formerly our secretary in the counseling. And this year, she stepped into a role we needed her. There were some shifts that needed to be made. And wonderful Beth went to Ecker, and Ashley stepped up and became our admin assistant. That's a job in of itself, because you have to tolerate me all day, every day. And then on top of that, when I think about Ashley, I think about you are a culture creator. The environment that you have made in the main office, you care deeply about people. That is what we want. When people come in, we need them to know they're loved and cared about. That's what you do. You are always smiling, but my favorite thing about you is I can hear your smile and legally to see. So I wanted to honor you and thank you for the difference you've made in the main office. And the second person I wanted to honor today is Coach Dave Fiesler. Coach resigned yesterday as our head baseball coach. He's stepping down. He has been our head coach for 10 years. We'll talk about his teaching in a moment, but conservatively, he's worked over 5,000 hours, and that's a conservative number. I can assure you that as our head baseball coach. That's 625 work days, nearly 2 years of work has been put into that. 365-day years have been put into the baseball program. Make a big difference. They say that 10,000 an hour makes you good at something, so you're halfway. He is also an AP Econ and business teacher. I'm very fond of the AP Econ program. That's a story for another day, but he's grown it. What was your pass rate last year, Dave? 90%. And it's grown year over year. Kids love his classes. He teaches PC caps. He's had an incredible impact in our academic program as well. It was a lot easier to accept your resignation, stepping down, knowing we were going to stay on board as a teacher and assistant coach. So David, I want to honor you today. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you guys to join us. Ingrid from the Ed Foundation, and do we have a Veil Epic Promise representative?
Yes.
First and foremost, I've known both of you for a long time. Caleb talks about a program known as CTE being good enough. It's an excellent program, and Dave is one of the reasons that it is an excellent program. He teaches business and marketing in our CTE department. He is a Park City High School alumni, and he chose to come back and work for us. And then I've known Ashley for many years, as well as her spouse, Nico, and they're a dynamic duo that give back to this community in more ways than I can count. So thank you to the two of you for embodying what it means to be one Park City. I'll turn it over to our Veil Epic Promise representative to talk a little bit about what you two received.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Super excited to be here. This is for you. This is on behalf of Park City Mountain and Veil Epic Promise. Thank you so much.
You guys get $100 gift certificate either to one of their apparel stores, one of their restaurants, or a day pass.
Every day pass, yep.
So you get a choice. So it's more than just a piece of paper. We're grateful to the Ed Foundation as well for partnering and sponsoring this award. Our educators, our staff give endless hours into our community, our kids, and it is oftentimes a thankless job. So this is just a small recognition of their efforts that they put forth on a daily basis. So thank you. And Colton.
One, two, three. We have one more. One, two, three. Thank you.
Thank you. And since Jamie Sheets is in the audience, I'll take this opportunity. He is going to step in as the head coach of our baseball program. He has experience at the collegiate level. Dave will stay on as an assistant coach, but it helps bring continuity to our baseball program. Thank you.
All right, Caleb, you're still on.
Yeah, well, I wasn't quite done.
Oh.
You only give, and then I am still on.
And then
But I just wanted to touch base on what's next a little bit. One of the, one area that we know is a potential gap, is just the transition is so big now because we lost a stepping stone, of treasure, which again, I'm in full support of where we're at today. But, we know that, our freshmen in their transition, it's a school community council goal for ours next year. We just want to set them up for success. And one thing that our staff's in support of, and we have a team, plotting what it could be as a freshman first day, which would mean that the first day of school would be for freshmen and newcomers only at the high school, not for all schools. But Park City High School's first day wouldn't be a new first day. I do believe it would require a slight adjustment, from you all to allow us to basically excuse sophomores through seniors, that are not new. That day would be, a combination of culture building, think of it conference style sessions on supports, on student success behaviors, on rules, and really to ensure that like they know what they're doing. There's a lot of other schools that do this. Our friends at Wasatch have done it for quite some time with great success. And our staff's in support of saying, hey, let's give the freshmen the time they deserve. The second half of the day is going through the schedule and getting comfortable in the halls without 1,200 other students. And like the pressure of like, holy cow, that was a senior, you know, that just walked by me, because they're substantially different in size, especially at the beginning. So we would like to move forward with that with the board's blessing,
So that'll be a decision item to adjust, the calendar later this meeting.
and then, you know, our PLC journey continues. We spoke to what we're doing to improve data, and really PLCs and PCBL, in my opinion, go together. We're talking about personalized competency-based learning, and we believe that PLCs are the avenue with which that happens. Because we do believe what superintendent says in our tagline, like learning is personal and every path is possible. And that journey is going to happen through PLCs at Park City High School. You put staff together and you let them be the professionals using data to drive decisions is great. And you can throw all the rest out, because if we do not prioritize relationships first and foremost in everything we do, and again, that's why I want to honor Ashley and Dave, because they did that and they do that. All the rest of this stuff won't work. So that's what we're going to continue to do. And now I'm get to talk about Sister City. So get me for a bit longer.
We're all in the relationship business. Yes, we can go on with this.
Okay, just before we go on to City, we talked a lot about achievement and it's amazing. How are we doing with demographic achievement gaps?
So, there is an achievement gap, period. One of my goals is both, obviously, you want to close the gap, don't get me wrong, but really we just, as much as I want to close the gap, I want to tilt the gap. I want everyone to keep moving up. And what we're doing is we're tilting the gap. Programs like Dream Big, et cetera, but is this gap getting reduced? And I'm thrilled if we can bring this gap up as long as this top doesn't go down, right? And that's why part of our focus is like, let's just shift it. And if everyone starts moving that direction, we're keeping everyone at their full potential. We exited several students in WIDA, which is a celebration, but yet we want to do several more. So we had 2 exits. We've had years where we've had no exits. We've had years where we've had 3 or 4 exits. When they lowered the precedent a couple of years ago, every school had a ton of exits, right? That was a good thing. So we had 2 exits in WIDA, which we're very happy that students exited, and we have not gotten the growth scores. Our ACT scores are lower, with our Latino population than they are with our Caucasian population, but they're climbing. So I think we're making progress, but it's not there yet, Nick. It's not there yet.
We do have a national merit finalist.
Yeah,
Don't speak to that student.
which national merit finalist?
Finalist,
We've got Parker K.
yeah.
He's incredible, young man. Parker's fantastic. He's gonna be honored at our community scholarship awards. He's a national merit scholarship, one of our kids that has a 4.5 GPA. Just an impressive young man. National merit finalists don't happen very often. So we're excited. We actually have another one that was just announced as well. So, exciting awards that are available to some of our students. These are primarily based on the SAT, that some students opted to take in their junior year, along with other qualifying factors. All right. Anything else on high school? Different presentation, same person. I'd like to introduce, I do have a partner on this one, Ashley Bienvenu. Nailed it. She is with one of the representatives from the Sister City Association, Park City Sister City Association. We're gonna kind of co-present and share a little bit about the two programs that they run. And my idea of formalizing something that's maybe been operating in a slight gray area for a really, really long time. So I'll let Ashley speak to the history, and then I'll talk a little bit about the two programs.
Thank you, and thank you guys so much for having me. Also hearing the presentation on the high school made me very excited. I hope Caleb's the principal and my son starts there and he's 4. So just beware, I'm looking for that trajectory. A lot to be proud of. So thank you guys so much for having me. Like Caleb said, my name is Ashley Bienvenu. For any francophones in the audience, that literally means welcome in French. So it's very apropos that I'm here on behalf of the Sister City relationship with Courchevel, France. So Park City and Courchevel have been sister cities since 1984. And we are uniquely each other's sole sister cities. So it is a very long-standing and very in-depth relationship rooted in 2 really amazing ski communities. And the community that was started in the 80s, that kind of resolution still holds true today. 2 small places who love what we do, where we live, and everything that can bring. And in so doing, we have actually created 2 youth programs specifically. So we do things through the city, we do things for citizen trips with Park Heights, but I want to obviously talk about specifically what we're doing with our youth here and our high school students. So the first is what we call a winter-summer exchange. This takes place over the February break. And we actually started this in 1989. So shortly after the association was founded. During this trip, we bring anywhere between a dozen and 2 dozen high school students to Courchevel for 10 days during their February trip. They are actually hosted by French families in Courchevel, and then their French counterpart comes out here to Park City in July. We run this usually every other year. This year is a little bit unique. We're running 2 back-to-back because just as we are gearing up to host the Olympics in 34, Courchevel is hosting them in 30. So we don't want to abut that too closely. Now, it used to be, so I'm here, obviously not as a founding member, well, maybe not obviously, not as a founding member of the Sister City relationship, but as a board member here. So our relationship was originally run by a PCHS teacher, French and Art, Sue Galusha, and she just ran the whole show, including the student trips, which was amazing. Our current president, Tina Quayle, who unfortunately is traveling right now, so could not be here. She took over the nonprofit in 2009. Although I do want to give her a shout out, she was also on the original signing documents, which is pretty rad. And then she took a little step back to raise her own family. So she still runs the ship, is our leader here, and has been in Park City since the 70s. And I feel like it's just quintessentially Park City. Tina, if you're watching, hello. And then we kind of evolved our student programs. Winter, summer was so successful, and we had so many students run through that program that we then created sort of a secondary program, which we call our academic exchange. I actually run that program. That's essentially our study abroad. So instead of sending a large group of Park City High School students for a short period of time, we send a small group, anywhere from 1 to 5 juniors or seniors to Courchevel for up to 3 months. So we try to hit just under that 3-month cap to not have to worry about visa complexities. And similarly, it is direct reciprocity with Courchevel. So they are embedded in a host family there, and they go to French high school every day, which I taught English in a French high school for a year. I can tell you it is wildly different than high school in America. And that's our first year doing that, started in 2012, and we have run that every year since then with a handful of students. So our students go over in the start of the calendar year, and we first welcome the French students at the start of this academic school year. So I'm gonna kick it back to Caleb to bring a little life to this.
And we just have a ton of
Talk track.
plans for you through the years. I mean, this has been happening a long time, and you can see these are big groups of students, and what they report back is just the powerful cultural experience of being a part of it. You can keep going, Drew. There's not a ton of special photos. It happens both here. One thing that makes it unique, right? Students are coming here. We're not just going there. So there's a partnership the whole way. So you can see up on Main Street, we've got some students here in Park City as well. Keep going, Drew. And Utah Olympic Park as well. So it's not just again in France and in Courchevel. You can keep jumping. One of the biggest fans of this was actually Bob O'Connor. He loved this program and would definitely, I think he likes skiing in Courchevel quite a bit, so he was there from time to time. That's a 2-minute video that a student made in 2017. If you want to click on it. And it kind of captures a little bit more of what this is, the winter summer trip, highlights of that trip. If it will open for you.
We have to give me a second across the screen.
There it is. Does that volume? Just
I'm new here.
mute there on the right. It's just a soundtrack that this is student produced.
We were staying in Paris to get away from your parents, and I thought, if we could take this in a shot right now, I don't think that we could work this out. I don't tell this. I don't know if it's fair, but I thought, how could I let you fall by yourself? Well, I'm wasted for someone else. Here we go down, we go down together. You'll say you could do anything, they'll say that I was clever. Here we go down, then we go down together. Okay, away with everything, let's show them we are better. Let's show them we are better. Let's show them we are better. We're staying in Paris. Get away from your parents, looking so proud. Standing there with a phone and a cigarette. Taking pictures of yourself on the internet on a terrace. In the arrow, small town. And that's where the big getting drunk on the best people living in. Here we go down again, we go down together. They'll say you do anything, they'll say that I was clever. Here we go down again, we go down together. Okay, we with everything, let's show them we are better. Show them we are, show them we are, show them we are, show them we are, show them we are better. We're staying in Paris.
Super humor for you. I did verify that that was not a student of ours on the Paris
Wondering.
skiing. It was just, they just happened to catch it. I think it was worth filming, so Randy can be a little bit more easy. But that was produced in 2017, and you can just see it's a positive relationship. You can jump back to the slideshow. We want to kind of talk about what makes it special and why, I think that, considering formalizing this, instead of operating in a gray space that we're in right now, I think is in the best interest of our students. One thing about this that makes it special is it's actually incredibly affordable. Because comparable programs for a trip are in the $5,000 to $8,000 range, run by for-profit companies. But for our students, it is the cost of airfare, and we've been able to subsidize that or cover that in the students in need situation. And that's the only cost other than if they want to have some spending money, because the host families will take on the rest of the expensive hosting. There's no hotel costs, so it's minimal despite current oil costs. That's the expense for the trip. And then if you go on the academic exchange, the organization hasn't paid insurance, that's $1.50 a day. It's a student insurance that just provides extra protection. So, you know, we're not talking about substantially more than that. There's been situations in which we've had students go in the past, as has been described to me. I wasn't a part of this specifically, where we've had to identify different host families because maybe a family didn't feel comfortable hosting a student and sharing the fact that French students come back. For a variety of reasons, and we're able to accommodate those types of things. So one thing that makes it special is simply that it is so much more cost effective. An academic exchange program with these for-profit and even nonprofit institutions that do this, that are comparable, oftentimes running the $20,000 to $30,000 for that type of experience. And again, ours is this program that they offer is typically in the $1,000-ish range, because that's the airfare. So that's something that really makes it special.
Yeah, thank you. So the partnership aspect, of course, you know, this is incredibly long-standing. And so this is something that when you go to Courchevel, if you tell them I'm from Park City, they know exactly where that is and they know exactly who we are. So we are able to give that experience to students that they wouldn't otherwise get in just a generic study abroad program. It's very white glove. They're doing things that are just a little bit more special. I'll also say, and a plug out to anybody who does love to ski or not. We brought 12 citizens to Courchevel, Park City citizens this year. It was wildly successful. We're planning another trip next year. They roll out the red carpet for us anytime we come in whatever capacity. So we're talking doing first tracks on the largest ski resort in Europe. Dinners with the mayor, which we, you know, also do the same here. We are backed by the city. We are a 501c3, but we are funded by the city. And because of that true deep-rooted partnership, it gives our students an experience that is far beyond what they're getting from an off-the-shelf program like Caleb mentioned. Obviously the immersion, right? Particularly for academic, where they are there for 3 months and they are in school. They are truly living the life of a French teenager. It is unparalleled what they get to experience. And that can be from an extracurricular perspective. We try to facilitate if there are specific things that they are interested in outside of school, and that's taking place, if that exists in France, and is taking place during the time they're there. We try to facilitate that. Similarly, and thank you to the high school who's done a great job doing the same for the French students that come here. So they really get to experience what it's like to live in France, not just visit France, which are two intrinsically different things. And then of course that cultural aspect. If anybody been to France before? Okay, all right, so good opportunity then for anybody who is maybe interested in citizenship. I lived there for almost a decade. It truly changed who I was as a person. Mainly I came home and my mom said, why don't you smile as much? I grew up in the deep south, and so we tend to smile a lot there. And I moved to France when I was 21, so it was a very formative portion of my early adulthood. But jokes aside, it is very different, and it gives our students the opportunity to open their eyes and see something that is wildly outside of their comfort zone, but in a way that pushes the boundaries in a safe fashion and an exciting one. And then we have a parent here who has been a part of our winter summer, who has had 2 of her daughters participate in winter summer. We were chatting before this, so I'm gonna use some of the things we chatted about. It's also an amazing experience for our host families here. So they might never be stepping foot into France, But having a French student come for 10 days or 3 months and them learning from that experience, siblings learning from that, it's truly something that you can just not get inside the classroom walls. No, obviously disrespect to the classroom walls, and I'm gonna kick it to you for the as a French minor
It is
as
true
well.
though, this is education, experiences are some of the best learning opportunities, and that's why I'm a fan of this, with kids that are able to go and that we're able to open the door and have the partnership, I'm grateful for it. We realized in the process that we crossed some wires unintentionally of like, we can't market this if it's not our trip, but we want to let kids know and be dealing with that, and that's why we felt it was time to, hey, the last time this presentation of any kind happened, we believe was in approximately 2009. So it was time to come back, share what it is with you, and look at steps to potentially formalize, because we think it's great education, a great opportunity for some of our students. So we do have a couple proposals to be considered. Go to the next slide. Do we want to formalize this partnership and be able to own it a little bit more as a district program, meaning that we would be able to market it. It would likely have some risk insurance ramifications. We'd go through the trip process and we'd be able to say, hey, it's something that we are behind and sponsor. We'd make sure we had a chaperone or two on the trips, not the academic exchange, but the winter summer trip. We'd make sure it was a regularly chaperoned trip. Sometimes someone goes, sometimes they don't go. We also give school-related absences, which has occurred in the past. I've been told this year it was like, no, your parents have to excuse the trip. It's not our trip, as we pondered that. And then the academic exchange is an incredible experience for the 1, 2, 4 students that do it every year. But how it's been ran on the back end has been a little bit complex. So I put together a proposal on how we can formalize that exchange process. So the students, the parents, everyone has expectations that are managed and reasonable from our end on what they're supposed to do, and what a realistic experience is to keep them on track for graduation and credits, but also not putting undue burden on our teachers. We're like, I haven't seen you in 3 months and I'm just supposed to be okay with that. So we have a couple different models that we believe could be worked through. I don't think it needs to be presented here, but that's more of a teaching and learning process that we've started that dialogue. Like I said, this is how I believe the model could be very sustainable for a long time. Is this, if you have any questions for us?
Is there an existing MOU between the school districts?
Not between the school district and the association. No, and we have created far more structure over the years. I'll say I particularly love structure and operations, so partially because of my OCD, but also the learnings, the rinse and repeat, right? We've been doing this for over 40 years and we have learned a lot, and we have launched and iterated. So there is a lot more structure, but to Caleb's point, and the reason that we're here is there's so much more opportunity to set the school up for success, the teachers and our students. And so it's really being able to give that formality and that enhanced structure so that everybody's really extracting the maximum value from, once in a lifetime experience.
I have a question. First question is, do you need board members to chaperone?
Yes.
Because I'm happy to have a crush on.
I've seen you do YSA, you're good at that.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the detailed questions, right? I mean, what does it look like if we do formalize this? How do we select the kids? Detail what it looks like academically for that. I mean, those just a lot to talk about.
Yeah, fair questions. And the proposal, it speaks a lot to the academic process for the academic exchange. In terms of selection, we would lean on, currently there's application processes for all of it. If in formalizing it, I've already talked with Tina, if that were to be something like we would need to cover the expenses of our fee waiver students, which informally has already happened. In the past, again, I was not a part of this directly, but in the past, we've had students in need that we feel like they want to go, it's been beneficial, and between the school and the association, Sundance Fund, which is going away, but there's been other ways that the school has helped fund these things in the past, and the association is able to generate a little bit of revenue, and it's like, and again, because it's reasonably affordable, we can get the money together for the flight, and those would be things that we would still want to be able to offer, in my opinion, is a benefit to formalize that process and say, yeah, there's a process for this to occur. Especially if we opened it up an MOU type situation where we said like, yeah, this is something, and then we could market it and promote it and tell kids we want to go. There would inevitably be caps and thresholds that can't send 150 kids on a Philly break unless the whole board wants to go and our whole staff. And, I don't think it's.
Take over the
I don't think there's enough host families, but.
Yeah, Coachella is much smaller than we are. I'm happy to talk through how our application process works now, if you're interested. Obviously, we're very amenable to change. For academic now, students are made aware of the program through the French teacher, Bernard. This year, we actually, Tina and I went to present as well, just to talk a little bit about the opportunities. They then receive a packet of sort of our program structure and frequently asked questions. In that packet is a written application for those academic students. It's a handful of short answer questions. We also want to know sort of, what's like the living scenario. So if they're going to host a student, does the student have a room by themselves? Is it shared? Is it same gender, et cetera? So getting an understanding of that. We also want to ensure that the parents have signed off and are aware that their kids are trying to go to France for 3 months. From there, we then bring those applicants into an interview pool. And we typically receive every year, I'd say between 3 and 8 academic applications. Courchevel receives far fewer because they are smaller. Those applicants interview with myself and Tina. So we get to know them a little bit beyond the paper. We ensure that AI has not written those responses. And we also test their French. We speak to them in French as well. Less so for winter, summer, where the language isn't critical. It is an academic because you have to be able to sit through French classes. Not only just getting through your day-to-day, but you don't want to just be inundated sitting in a classroom and not having a clue what's being said. So we test their French skills. And then from there, we sort of give the stack rank and we wait for France to let us know how many applicants have passed through their pool. And then we can make our final cut to give that direct reciprocity pairing. Usually the French principal is ruthless. She is just like, no, you shall not pass. It is her last year. She was retiring. So we are optimistic for some fresh, exciting blood there. But for example, France only had 3 applicants this year, and there's a very, very strong chance that their principal will only allow 2. So they go through a similar, vetting process, slightly different, but we do, we also welcome feedback from the school. So our French teacher obviously knows these students. And so that's helpful. Last year, we're also getting counselor feedback just to get a better understanding. We provided a survey of, give us a ranking on this scale of, ability to navigate ambiguity, ability to problem solve, ability, to overcome adversity, those sorts of things. And that allows us to sort of create that stack ranking, knowing that then we need to be able to pair with friends.
And you said the academic program is juniors and seniors.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Are
we are.
those kids that go for the February and then go again? for
Absolutely.
Academic.
Absolutely. And it's also really cool. One thing I was remiss in not mentioning from the immersion perspective, we're hearing more and more of our students now say, I've been DLI since 1st grade. This is literally the culmination of everything I've been working for. And I think that is just such a truly remarkable experience that these things that they have been studying on the pages and with their teachers are now coming to life. And when I tell you, I am beyond impressed by the level of French of the students coming out of this high school. I'm fluent in French, but I learned the hard way as an adult. And it is astonishing. And so for many of these students, they've gone on winter, summer, and then on academic because they said 10 days wasn't enough. And they're just so drawn to, again, this thing that's been sort of novel, but they've been so immersed in. And, it's now the last few years that we've kind of seen that come full circle of the students that started DLI in 1st grade that now are old enough to participate in one of these programs. And then, we have the families that have multiple children and they send them all, right? They all apply to winter, summer, or academic. We had one academic student last year. He has 2 younger siblings who are twins. They've applied for a winter, summer for this coming year. It's just one of those kind of unparalleled experiences that you don't get from a large for-profit company like Caleb mentioned.
if we do this for our French DMI kids, what do we do for our Spanish DMI kids?
Great question. I mean, we have to find a partnership and if you were to pursue it, where do you wanna go, Nick?
So I'm honestly French all the world, well, very little French. No, I just think, you know, it's obviously a critical program if we support it. You know, it occurs to me there is a case for thinking about what we do for similar opportunity for people who are in TLS Spanish and facilitate the same kind of thing.
There is a outside of school program that some of our students do in exchange between us and Costa Rica. Nikki Armistead, one of the teachers at formerly Treasure, now the high school, has facilitated some of those in the past. So there's been opportunities, but those are kind of as Caleb mentioned, like the off the shelf, more service opportunities to travel and do that. And then those students would come and do some shadowing. This was when I was over at Treasure, so it's been a couple of years that those have existed in our system before.
I'll say in the context of Sister City, I won't obviously speak on behalf of the city, but they have said before, they're very expensive. So there is, there's the investment that's been in this for over 4 decades. And I think there's something special about us being each other's unique sister cities. So obviously plenty of opportunity of language immersion, but I think this sister city relationship is something that goes above and beyond just what we're doing with our students, right?
You talk about the fact that both cities are having the Winter Olympics and maybe having kids who are interested in leadership and in government
Yes.
going and seeing how our different leaders prepare for that. Our Park City folks are going back and forth.
Back and forth.
Talking a lot.
Absolutely.
Great opportunity.
Tina and I actually just met with Ryan and Adam 2 weeks ago, even to talk about structuring a formal mayoral visit, particularly in prep for the Olympics. So there's so much that the association does outside of our youth. I would say our youth is really our core focus, and I love this idea of, and I immediately think PC caps of this opportunity of like that professional aspect and this incredibly unique overlap of back-to-back Olympics and all of the learnings there. And we're always looking for ways to increase the learnings across the town holistically, even outside of our students. So, whether that's grooming or snowmaking or all sorts of things. So absolutely, yes, I think that would be phenomenal for us. And if Tina were here, I think she would stand on the table and shout big yes to this. We want to leverage this relationship that we've had with Courchevel and how deep it is to further the town, period, right? And there's so many things that we can share learnings on. Courchevel shuts down in the summer. They don't believe they can be a 4-season town. And we try to consistently point them to Park City and how Park City didn't used to be a 4-season town and its evolution. And so I think there's so much opportunity here. We've got a stellar board. We're all volunteers, obviously. Again, we're a 501c3. And so at some point we're our bandwidth is stretched, but we all have that appetite and fire to do more. So I feel like that would be such an amazing thing to explore. One thing, I think first time I came knocking on your door, right when you started your new job, hello, welcome, I have some things I'd like to talk to you about, was a culinary exchange with the high school. So French high schools are interesting. You almost pick a major in high school, much like we do at university here. And the culinary programs that they have there are tremendous, just like ours, and of course, very different. The high school that we do the exchange with actually has a full service restaurant on site, open to the public, that is entirely cooked by students and staffed, wait, host, bus staff by students. I ate there last year when I was there. Phenomenal food. So, as we think about these more specific niches, I think there's so much opportunity that formalizing the relationship would allow us to continue to grow into these specific verticals.
How do we make it work academically? I'm pretty familiar that educational systems outside of the US are quite different. So how do we make it work academically?
How have we in the past?
But how have we in the past and how we go?
In the past, which I do not believe is a good path forward, and it happened 2012. I didn't actually know that the academic exchange, very few people knew that the academic exchange was happening. Everyone knows about the February break trip.
Mm-hmm.
was like, whoa, we've got an academic exchange. I didn't know that. And I was assistant principal in the high school was happening. I didn't know that. It wasn't something that everyone was in tune to. But currently the students stay enrolled in their courses and they do their best to follow along via Canvas. We're not an online school. It's they're enrolled in all 8 courses there while attending a full day of school there. It's brutal. It's not a successful model, not to mention our computers. Now, the Sister City Association does, they know this, so they provided computers, but our computers don't work. It's not necessarily reliable to be on Canvas. So we ran into like some pains where kids are going and then they come back and teachers are in a tough spot where they're like, how am I supposed, like, it's unfair on the teacher, it's unfair on the student. So the model that I would like to move forward with focuses on reducing, and it comes at a sacrifice for a student in academic exchange. No, you don't get to stay in all your AP classes live, right? There's a choice, and that's okay, because this experience might very well be worth your junior year or your senior year taking a lighter course load. But there's a couple different platforms we have available, which includes our Utah Student Online, students selecting some critical classes they need there, possibly depending on curriculum adoption, using Edgenuity, our platform for remediation for pass fail credit in some core areas, paring down the load here, potentially accepting some credit from France depending on what they bring back because it's accredited, and working in partnership to say, hey, let's see what we can do. Additionally, we have a lot of juniors who can afford to leave for a quarter and just not take anything and just go all in on France, and that experience is worthy and worthwhile. We support them, our counselors can help, but we do want to keep them enrolled, even if they're not in any classes. In this unique situation, we want to say, we in a partnership, like, you're still our kiddo. We're not saying get out. In the next year, in our current model, I've informed the sister association that we do not have a formal MRU or any process. So this is a beautiful program that I do support, and their students are going to unenroll in Park City High School. They cannot still be at Park City High School unless we formalize a relationship. Because I didn't know, I can't, it's not fair to the teacher as a student. And students are still gonna probably go if that's the case, because again, that model it can work. It's what all the other programs do. And they'll come back with what they come back with, and our counselors will work to get them back online. But we're not gonna have these teachers being like, yeah, I've got this kid on my roll that doesn't come for 3 months. And then it's like 16 classes. So you're in school all day, and then you gotta like figure out Park City High School all day. We're gonna pare that down substantially, and try to create a two-month experience for the kids that can go, that it just changes their life. Reaching our mission.
You can even have a project-based curriculum like PCSD or culinary-based, or something else, French, that the kid is especially interested in based on what they've taken here,
For what they would get.
for when they're there.
So French class is one area that's in a carve out in the proposal that says you can still, a caveat to live classes is we might keep them in live French. But for sustainability right now, like the first evolution, my proposal is we just keep it really clean. And what they want to do is truly asynchronous online instead of, and then I do believe that those are the progressions that we can make, but given where we're at, the fact that this exchange is happening next year, as of today, the kids that are going are expecting to unenroll and no longer be our student, because I've had to say, we gotta clean this up.
Okay.
Because we can't have you be our kid when it just doesn't, it's just not allowable.
Right.
But then I would love to explore that in the future, potentially some project-based learning experiences that they could come back and we could issue some other credits. But it would not be a live teacher on Canvas saying like, it's unfair. The student came back this year, the teachers are in a bad spot, and the kids in a bad spot, and you're like, oh, it doesn't feel good.
So I could probably talk about this all night, but what do you need from us?
I think that right now, I think that we need to get an MOU drafted that will go to the board for approval in June, so that we can, then I can say, okay, sister association, keep running your thing. Yes, we're gonna help you screen applicants. Yes, we will advertise, and yes, we will build on the academic exchange side. We'll make sure we have a plan. We'll support it with our counselors. That proposal exists. On the February break trip, the winter summer, again, most of our school calls it the February break France trip. We'll give you 2 school-related absences, and we're gonna send 2 chaperones, or we're gonna send a chaperone every 10 kids. Because, and another nice thing about the winter summer trip is, if it's our trip and we have a level of ownership, we can hold students accountable to behaviors we expect. We expect kids to go and make decisions that are healthy to high school, and regardless of laws that apply there, it is not a trip to go drink. And that's not a trip we're endorsing. I don't care if you're 18. I understand the culture in France is different, but this is not a party trip. It's a cultural exchange trip. It's a fun trip. It's exciting. You will laugh, you'll cry, you'll play, you'll get to ski, you get to do all the things, but it's not a party trip. And I'm not saying it has been a party trip, but there have been a few outlying situations over the course of 4 years where they've ran into issues. And then we're kind of like, is it our thing to like jump in and help or not? And like, and now it's clean, and with the parents, it's gonna be clean, and we're gonna say, mom and dad, grandma and grandpa, whoever the guardian is, these are the expectations, and yeah, if they don't follow, we're gonna send them home. And because we're not trying to generate a party trip. That is not the goal. In fact, we're combating against that by becoming a partner. This last trip was great. We heard no reports of behavior of concern, but we would want to send chaperones and make sure we do it right.
I think the MOU should state that a board member has to be here.
Yeah, I think.
Exactly, the scissors.
In between now and June, there are some logistical things we need to figure out. If we move forward with Edgenuity and offering original credit, it does have to go through a formal curriculum adoption. And we need to look at liability and insurance if we're gonna formalize this partnership. So there's a couple logistical things we need to sort out before we move forward.
I really like to look into the credit they can get from actually taking the French classes, French school classes.
And there at the French schools, one thing that they've been working on, because I told them, like, if they come back with a transcript, as long as the French school produces a transcript for us, we will, it's a accredited French high school, we will accept that and give as many parallel credits as we can. Sometimes it might be like, if we have a kid come from private school and they have Bible class, even though it's a credit, there's nothing there like that. That credit doesn't transfer to Park City High School, and it won't be Bible from France, but they might be a class where it's like, we have nothing comparable to offer. So that situation could exist, but if they come back with math credit, we're gonna align that to the best of our ability to issue math credit on a quarter basis, even in a semester system, we'll have the ability to do that. So that's a phase that's happening. Ashley's been working on it. It's in process. We started talking that, having a discussion.
We've got the green light from France now. They'll provide that transcript. There's the complexity that our students don't get to choose the courses they take whilst in France. They mirror what their host student is doing, similarly to what the French students do when they're here. We are working with the high school there to see, can they even shuffle a couple of classes if they'd like? The French academic system is incredibly rigid. Very, very rigid, as is their principal, as I mentioned. So I think that is less likely to happen than like real complexities that we all understand here of just caps and the number of students, the actual like hours of classes mapping up, etc. But that's something we would also love to eventually get to a spot where, hey, this Italian credit does me no good while I'm in France. Can I maybe swap that class for something else? So that'll be a longer conversation, but we do know from the French high school, they will issue them a transcript to be able to bring back to PCHS.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Just please. I'm wise, we're having fun. Sorry, Randy, you gotta follow through.
I didn't wanna follow that, so it's all right.
We're gonna shift things up a little bit, just because we're so far past. Do we have any go to public comment? Is anybody here? Public comment? Lori, do you have?
I have not received any.
Okay. Just wanted to create that opportunity if someone was waiting. All right, now you're after France, Randy.
Gotta learn to schedule better.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, tough situation. All right, I'm gonna give you, this month's just a snapshot of where we are budget wise, kind of what went into it, just some high level stuff. And then the proposal would be come June. Our June meeting will adopt the final budget for the current year, as well as the new budget for the following year, the 27 year. And so that's kind of where we're at. We do have to post a book. And the book's gonna be read this year. We haven't quite changed the color. I just actually ran a copy and we got the color change for us, but We do have to post this book before June 1. So when we have that final draft done, we're relatively close, we'll make sure we send out to the board members as well, for you guys to take a look, and then please provide any feedback. It's not a final product until we approve it in June, so. Gonna celebrate the biggest thing on the next slide, that's no tax increase, that's what Lindsay, myself, and we've come through, we've built a budget that worked through a budget, a lot of pieces to it. That's allowed us to not have a tax increase for our local taxpayers. That'll be 2 years in a row. Property tax wise, I will tell you, we will anticipate about a 1% growth. We're not expecting a lot. Still kind of adjusting from the big raises 2, 3, 4 years ago and assessed value that the county went through. Every county went through that. And so kind of adjusting to that, but we'll see how the growth comes in. The property tax information is not available to us until June 8th. Our county is really pretty good about getting that to us on time, so we really won't have any concrete property tax information until the next meeting. The basic levy rate's not set yet. That's the evil rate where we have to get. And so that's not set, and then our debt service rate will relatively be the same. The debt service rate is what pays our general obligation bonds. Does not pay the lease revenue bonds and the GO bonds. And that's set based on what our interest and principal is for next year, going forward. So just to kind of give you an overview of the property tax rate history where we've been, you can see 5 years ago, FY22, we were up in the 4-point range. Now we're down to the 3, this current year we're at the 3.5 range, and I anticipate this going down a little bit more, barring anything weird with the basic levy. I'm assuming the basic levy will go down as well. Most places I think assessed value would go up. So we kind of see a trend over there as it follows. These are the rates you have control of. The first one is the voted local levy rate. So that rate is at 5.18 this year. We've generally placed it the same next year. It will ratchet down based on the certified tax rate process. Something you can share with your constituents. That's 25% of the allowed rate. That's what we charge here. And so pretty good shape there. The other rate is the board local levy that you have control over as a board. And we're at 51% of the allowed rate there, and that's based on the current year rate. I also think that'll ratchet down as well. So that service levy, we kind of instead of the same, the board does set that rate. This rate is set again based on principal and interest that's due for the GO bonds. We start the budget with student enrollment. So you can see here projection wise, based on our latest numbers, we're 3994. That's a 1.3% decrease in current year enrollment. We're kind of in that time right now where with the open enrollment and how many kids have been accepted, how many kids will end up not coming, how many will come in. We're kind of in that area where we're a little unsure where that's really going to be overall. Obviously, the students that have been accepted are within the staff and space that we have. This number actually would only affect us in the new budget year if in fact we had growth. If we have growth, we get that in that year. But otherwise, this number would not affect us till the 28th fiscal year. And so that's why I'm not real concerned about the student enrollment number where we're really at here. This is a loss of 55 kids. That ADM would actually fund us in 28. So we worry more about it after October 1 to see where we're at.
So that number does include open enrollment kids as best guess count.
Yes, yes, yep.
Yeah, I would say without that, because I've run some numbers over the years, without the open enrollment, I figure we'd probably be 50 to 100 lower. Just based on the trend and how that group is going through.
The hope is to maintain, to stay at that 40-49. That's really our hope right now. And maybe we'll make that, so we'll time will tell. All right, next sheet is our revenues, just to give you an overview of those. And this is talking just the operational fund. We'll talk about the other funds here in a minute. From local sources, I think we've shared this before. Property tax being growth 1%, it's about 650,000. We have been able to repurpose existing money in our budget to the tune of $2.5 million. And then we are using some one-time funds of $3.3 million. Keep in mind, in that 3.3 million, 2.5 of that was dedicated for the Dozier project, right? Previously. And so we'll show you fund balances and show you we're still really healthy overall. State sources, the 4.2% increase on the WPU generates about $700,000. And that's just simply an unrestricted money. Any restricted money goes into those programs. So special ed, CTE, those types of programs, that does not include that. We do have on here a Senate Bill 241 reallocation. So that's the reading intervention bill. It came about, we're about $148,000 is our allocation. There's not a supplant clause in that funding, and so we believe a lot of that we're offering already, and we'll be able to absorb some of that, so that would help our budget out. Obviously, if that's off just a little bit, it's not a deal breaker, so we'd still be able to manage that. So total revenue changes 7.3 million. Keep in mind, again, we're using 3.3 million in one-time money from there. Next page shows you some of the things we're proposing to approve. Operational requests. There's been a funding change with the Park City Ed Foundation. They've got programs that they've graciously sponsored for a long time in our district. We're trying to offload those, and so make room for more programs for them. Some of these programs have been around for a little while. For example, Latinos in Action, Rec League, or RC League, excuse me, debate, theater, there's some special ed supplies in there. So those are things we'll take in our operational budget and allow the foundation to have that bandwidth to use those funds for other requests. Overall, we do have, there's two elementary visual, actually 4 elementary visual arts positions on here. 2 of them were classifying as ongoing funds. 2 of them were classifying as one-time funds. So 2 of those will come back next year. Still going to be an ongoing position. We don't have any intent to cut that obviously the next year, even though it's one-time money. It just gives us a way to easily manage the budget a little easier. And then if this year comes in higher revenue wise or the new year, then we change that to an ongoing fund, right, overall. We have budgeted $60,000 this year. Superintendent Huntsman allocated dollars to each school and department for culture building. That was $50 per employee, as well as the administrators as part of their administrative compensation agreement. They received $25 for culture building at the school level. So we're combining those two. We're taking the piece from the administrators, putting it all in the school supply budget and department budgets, and that'll be a total of $75 to continue on with however they want to use it to build culture within their department. So you want to comment on that one?
No, it's just a way to provide swag for teachers and staff, a way if they want to sponsor a lunch, however they choose to use it to build culture within their buildings or within their department, they can do so at their discretion.
The next one, graduation funding. So the high school is graciously paid for graduation every single year out of their coffers. We've determined that's a board responsibility to pay for that. And so they've asked for some reprieve on that, and we granted that. There were also some adjustments during the year, right, that contributed to some of that. So we've allocated $30,000 for that for graduation funding. Driver's ed contingency will be the proud owners of a driver's ed program next year at Park City High School. Thanks to Tracy Fikes' hard work. And so we put in a contingency there. As we signed up, it's the first year the state has cut money for capital and for covering waivers. So that was part of the carrot to say, hey, we'll cover your capital and we'll cover your waivers, which they've done for years. But the legislature took that money from them, so they're unable to do that. So we've set aside a contingency just in case that's needed. We've also set aside $50,000 between school supplies. These are things for schools, capital, textbook budgets, those types of things. As they have more students that come in, especially with the open enrollment, we'll make them whole on those supply budgets. I've also got on here custodial supplies. We're evaluating that right now. I think we may be a little bit under what we're providing some of our custodians. They should have some more supply money there. And we're evaluating that, especially with the new square footage at the schools. So attract and retain employees, medical insurance increase equates to about 1.73%. As on the base, it's 1.3 million that we're taking out of the operation account. Our increase is around 1.8. We are changing our benefit manager, pharmacy benefit manager, but we'll realize some savings there, we believe, as well as we're taking some from fund balance in our self-insurance fund, which is still pretty healthy overall. So We were able to navigate through that. We had a bad year insurance wise, it's not a secret. You're gonna have, when you're self-insured, you're gonna have a bad year every 4 or 5 years. That's just the nature of the beast. So we're hoping this is the one time and not a 2-time deal, so. Staffing changes, this is a culmination of a lot of different changes, a lot of partial FTEs, it includes the arts integration. It includes other needed positions that are coming in, as well as cuts to some positions or through attrition. The total is 2.45 FTEs that we're saving, it's about $750,000. So that's part of the changes that have been going on as well. With that, we have added 75,000 for the educator salary adjustment. They did add 3% to that. We typically don't get fully funded all the way. And so we'll build some in, plus they've added nurses to that as well, which our nurses are already moving from there. And have that. We have a workers' comp insurance increase of 25,000. And of course, they've got the Dozier project down there to help this balance, because as accountants, everything's got a balance, right? So any questions on those operational requests? Remember in March, I think it was March or April, I guess it was April, we approved the capital list, so that's already kind of before that, so. Okay, last page here is our fund balances, that really paints the picture where we're at. So if you look on the first line, general fund, you can see under the 24-25 year, we're at 48,279,000. 25-26 year, 45.5, it's a $2.7 million decrease. Remember, we passed a budget for this year at a deficit of, I think it was 2.6 in the original budget. I really believe through a year-end process, money that's not being spent in certain areas, we're gonna be closer to break even. So I'm really not concerned about that number being down. We do have to make sure we cover our full expenses, so there's not an audit finding. Whatever you approve expense-wise as a board is what we can exceed. Otherwise, the auditors aren't too keen on that. So we are aggressive on that, especially at the end of the year. That's why you still see this deficit here. I really don't think we're gonna be there. 26, 27, you can see we're at 42.1. That difference is the 3.3 million of one-time money. So one-time money is really a fancy way of saying I'm taking what's in my savings account, I'm using that to cover some of these expenses moving forward.
So, and that includes the Dozier, the 2.5 million.
It does,
So if we
yes,
didn't have that, we wouldn't be taking that much out.
correct. Yeah, and like any budget going into the year, we'll be aggressive with expenses. We'll be a little conservative with revenues. It puts us in a good place at the end. And so I know we'll have questions from whoever saying, hey, are you worried about this deficit using one-time money? I'm really not concerned at this point. We have a healthy fund balance overall. So that's where we are operationally. Capital outlay, you see a big change between 26 and 27. That's because of construction. Because we can't exceed expenditures, we don't know how many draws we'll have between now and the end of the year for these projects going on. So we have to cover those expenses in 2 fiscal years in the beginning, and then we adjust once the year starts and we know what the prior year closes. So the big change there you see is really the construction money that's coming from the bonds that we passed previously and other money that we're putting in there. So again, not concerning overall, that 21 million that's in the 26-27 projected fund balance would be totally unrestricted money. We will set aside some money for turf. We're gonna start setting aside money for turf going forward. So as these fields and Dozier have to be replaced in the future, we'll have money set aside for that instead of having just steal from the current year allocation. Overall, debt service, this is showing up a little bit in the fund. Debt service was a new thing until we had a general obligation bond here in Park City. And so what we typically like to do with the debt service fund, we typically have a payment due in August or September, September. Whatever that payment is in September, because we haven't received our property taxes yet, we like to have fund balance available to pay that September payment. And so slowly, gradually, we'll build that up. We're probably 4 or 5 years away from having that totally built up, but we'll let that build up little by little until we get to that August payment. So that's why you see a plus there. Food service, we show a loss in food service right now. We are contributing money for the food service from the operation program. And then the other one that's got the negative there is the self-insurance. That's due to the 18% increase. We're taking some out of fund balance of the self-insurance fund. And so that's again, our fund balance is healthy there, so we're not concerned about that. So, and that's where we're at right now, budget wise. Any questions? Not as excited as friends, sorry.
I know that was so much work to cut that $2.5 million. You guys.
A lot of,
A lot of-
strategic planning
Yeah.
and finding where the puzzle pieces fit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna speak quickly, okay, to Friday release times. We would like to propose an adjustment to all 4 elementary release times on Fridays only. As well as Eckerd Hill, there would be no change to Park City High School. We're not quite sure how we landed on these Friday release times previously. My best guess is several years pre-COVID. The high school had Monday early release and Eckerd Elementary had Friday early release. And then for a year or so, the high school had Monday and Friday early release, and then we converted to all Friday early release. By shifting these release times, it allows elementary schools to release at 12:10 instead of 12:30. And then it allows Eckerd Hill to release at 12:50 versus 1:35. So it's giving 20 minutes back for planning and prep time for our elementary teachers and 35 minutes of prep time for our Eckerd Hill students. Our bus drivers need approximately 40 minutes between each school release time. That is why it is staggered. What this will do, it will provide approximately 11 additional hours to elementary staff over the course of the school year, and an additional 19 hours to our middle school staff. So we have worked with transportation as well as child nutrition and our community partners. There's no negative impact on the services that they provide or afford our students. So my recommendation, which this is a decision item later, would be to adopt these new release times for Eckerd Hill and all 4 elementary schools. Friday release times only. We are not touching Monday through Thursday.
Are the parents aware of this at the elementary school level?
Not yet. This would be shared. Anecdotally, we spoke to a couple of parents and just what impact might this have. The biggest concern was having no change to the high school because oftentimes our high school students are caring for their younger siblings. We will still provide aftercare in all of our after school programs. None of that programming is going to change. It is simply shifting the release time to earlier for elementary and middle school.
That would be my only concern. We're not causing issues for parents with inflexible schedules. I know it's not a big change, but
And we certainly could postpone the decision and push this out to community first and get some feedback and then make the decision in June.
I think that would be, that we're considering that because some parents, kids don't go to our after school programs, they go to other after school programs. Is that gonna affect cost for them or how are we gonna get there?
Yeah, we will push this communication out, ask for some public input before making a decision. We'll just delay the decision to June.
Can I, for that?
Yes, because one thing we consistently hear, it doesn't matter if you're at elementary or high school, is we need more time. That we do not have enough time to plan and prep.
Okay, next up, we've got middle school sports. We've got Chris Bear and Max. Valerie.
Hi, guys. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over, kind of what our mission is and what it's been over the last year. The success that we had this year in our first year. And then go into what our goals are moving forward, including a partnership with City League, and the great things that they're gonna build for us. So our mission is to incorporate education-based athletics to foster the holistic development of students by prioritizing wellness, ensuring inclusion and supporting academic success for all students who have the desire to compete. We want to make sure that every student has the ability to play a sport if they want to, right? Clubs are getting more and more expensive, and less reachable for every single family in our community. So if we can create an opportunity at our schools to give every kid an opportunity to play organized sports, well, we're doing something pretty special. Not many school districts in our state are doing this and looking for ways, whether it's interscholastically or intramurally, to get kids involved at the middle school level. So this year, we had 2 sports that we ran. We originally had a plan of trying to talk to other schools in the Wasatch back about interscholastic sports. Didn't work out that well. We reached out to 3 or 4 other school districts and we got very little feedback from them. They just said it wasn't something that they were needing currently. So we pivoted. We had a lot of conversations between Jamie and I in the athletics office. What are we going to do? How are we going to make this work? And we decided an intramural program was the best thing that we could do this year. So we did co-ed basketball at the one and will be boys and girls basketball coaches. They said, let's get them together. Let's have them competing against each other. The girls were incredible, much better than the boys, even though they were very good too. We had 55 student athletes, 7th and 8th graders. They spent 5 weeks with 7 incredible district employees, Ecker Hill and high school teachers who came out and supported these kids. We culminated the entire season with a really cool tournament at the high school where we had 3 games going on at one time. We had the high school players and the high school coaches refereeing the games. We had Scott Chester in the big gym announcing the game, as well as our cheerleaders were there to support them in the main gym. So it gave them that high school experience. Tons and tons of feedback from parents saying how cool of an experience, how much the kids liked it. Then we tried to make sure that we were not taking field space in the spring from other community programs. So we stayed in the gym. We did team handball, which is not a sanctioned sport in the state of Utah, where we really played that often growing up. Yeah. So
we correct everybody that it's team handball.
It's team handball, not handball. So we had 35 kids sign up, which is not a surprise that not as many kids signed up. It's a new sport, not many people know. But the 3 coaches that we had said how much the kids loved it, how they were into it, how they were just wanting to learn how to play, and then they were competing against each other and got real into it and real competitive. So that's a huge plus. That, you know, we had 90 kids able to play a sport at the middle school level at an intramural level. So our goals moving forward are a more robust programming for middle school. We wanted to make sure that we add some interscholastic options where they are playing other schools and competing against other schools in whatever way we could. Again, we are struggling to get the Wasatch back to jump on board, but we are going to get them at some point, hopefully. We are going to add more intramurals as well. The question I get all the time from parents is, can my 6th grader play? He wants to play so bad. We had not allowed 6th graders to play because there is somewhat of a leveling. 7th and 8th graders typically play together. 5, 6 usually play together in sports. So we didn't want to put a 6th grader who looks like he might still be in elementary school and an 8th grader who looks like he's ready to walk into, you know, the varsity level. So we wanted to make sure that we are offering 6th graders an opportunity to participate in some of the non-contact activities for leveled programming, which is where City League will come in a little bit. And we also want to make sure that we can partner in order to offer as many opportunities for kids to participate. And City League has done an incredible job in our community at building up programming for kids. And we just want to make sure that we bridge that gap that exists, which is 6th grade currently, but really 7th and 8th grade too, where there's no like sports in our community that allows them to participate. So partnering with City League to make sure that we get those kids as well. Close that gap. So here's the idea for next year. We'll have soccer with City League. City League is already doing an incredible job in our community with soccer, so we're gonna partner with them. Cross country, we are going to add cross country. We have 2 Edgar Hill teachers who are ready to go and do cross country. They will do, at this point, the idea is 3 meets against other programs in the state. Wasatch just put up that they are having a cross-country program running through the summer, so we'll start after Labor Day. And then we'll do a couple of runs in Utah County. At this point, that's the hope is get those kids down there and participate in those runs, as well as we have a run at Round Valley that the high school puts on, and we'll have them participate in that. And then we also want to make sure that we are offering flag football to girls to increase the number of student athletes that are signing up for that, as we see that as an emerging sport with the UHSAA.
I thought that was offered this year.
It is offered this year, not to the middle school students, but to the high school level.
As club.
As a club, yeah.
And we believe it's highly likely that it'll be the next sanctioned sport by Utah High School Athletic Association.
Really fair with, I'm sorry, I have 2 kids at Edgar, and so.
Yeah.
My 6th grade daughter, I was trying to encourage, I thought there was something else.
Raise that.
There is now, okay,
Go back. Go back.
Would cross country be something that the 6th graders could do?
Yes,
Yeah.
yep, so cross country would be 6th grade. So in the winter, we'll do basketball again, City League will help us run that. Wrestling, Dan Gallery, at Edgar Hill really wants to try and build a wrestling program and continue to add some recruitment into the high school by showing them how to do it at the middle school level. So we're looking at the option of putting that together. Esports is something else that we're considering trying to put on. Earlier today, someone reached out from Edgar Hill saying that they would be willing to run a cheerleading program. So we could add cheerleading
But I
as
think we
well.
need a coach at high school.
No, we got one.
Oh,
We got one.
okay, still posted.
Let me take that down. Yeah, but so we have 2 teachers at Edgar Hill who want to run a cheerleading program, so that could be a great feeder for the high school, which would be incredible. Spring sports, baseball and softball, City League said that they wanted to try and provide that for us. And again, bringing in handball, with, Coach Torrey and Coach Mangola running that. So that's what we have moving forward. So, we are trying to partner with City League. So City League is here, Max is here to, kind of give an overview of what they're doing and how they can provide for our district.
Awesome. Great job, Chris, and thank you all for having us in. Just first, I want to start by just saying thank you to everyone for what you do. The Park City School District is the main reason that my family moved to Park City. We have 3 kids in the district and are so happy, super excited about everything. So let me just tell a little bit about what we've done in the past year. We had over 800 athletes in our first full school year. And just to kind of paint the picture, what happens a lot of times, with young families, you start with basic rec, do intro to sport, we do some soccer, some basketball, little dribblers. Then, you start to say, okay, my kid really enjoys this. What's the next level? The next level is typically club in America. If you have kids, you felt this possibly. Next thing you know, you have 8-year-olds and you're traveling to Mesquite, Nevada, you're in Boise, Idaho, you're at tournaments with 3 kids all over the country. I was a club coach for multiple sports and we never had dinner together. It was, we were in this beautiful mountain town to mountain bike and ski, and we weren't ever here for the weekends. So some parents got together, we were club coaches, and we said, hey, look, we're in Mesquite, Nevada at a tournament, and the 2 Park City teams are playing against each other, and then the other 2 teams are like Heber and Salt Lake. So why are we leaving our town, much less our state, to do this? We thought that there had to be a better way. We launched with baseball last year. There were 75 kids We went into soccer, we had 330 kids from first to fifth grade. 16 teams, just a really high level of play. We had over 42 soccer coaches. Some were professionals from Spain, ex-Division I athletes, and we thought that, can we have, cross between rec and club, but all local, in town, always in Park City. So we have paid trained coaches, and our whole development philosophy is inclusion, no cut, and fun. I mean, sports are supposed to be fun. What's the point of these sports? Is so that when you're in your 40s or 50s and the new sport of pickleball comes out, it's like, hey, I can just kind of do that in Willow Creek and it's fun.
Oh, no, you're very mean.
Yeah. I play tennis in high school. But so that's really the point of these sports. So we've done this, it's gone really well. There was a video there, but if it's not, maybe you click one more. It'll load. Just so you can see some in the background, there's no audio. If it plays, it plays. If not, it's fine. It's just there's over 800 athletes in the first year. We did soccer, basketball, baseball. We took so many of the people from Basin Rec that Basin Rec partnered with us. We're now working with Basin. I wear their logo on my other sleeve. And so we took over Little Dribblers, and now that is City League basketball. And there's a stat that's thrown around a lot. It's hard to cite, but 70% of kids stop playing any form of sports by the time they're 13 in America. So trying to see if we can make Park City a little microcosm where that doesn't happen, where kids can continue to do multi-sport. Because a lot of times what happens is you focus on a single sport. By the time you're 12, it's like pick your sport. You're either a hockey player or a basketball player or a soccer player. You have to pick a sport, which is crazy. Eric Hyden, who lives in town, two-time gold medalist speed skater, was talking on a panel and we chatted after, and he's like, it's crazy the amount of reconstructive knee surgeries that we're seeing for high school athletes. It's unprecedented. All sports psychologists, physiologists are all about, you should be a well diversified athlete, playing multi-sport up until at least 12, if not 14, if not all the way through. And so we've created a compelling case for that first through fifth. And a lot of people are, leaving the clubs, not because clubs are bad, but because it works better for their family to have family dinner. If it's always Monday through Thursday, you have weekends back, and we're typically done by 5:30. So you have family dinners. And so the community has really enjoyed this. We're a 501c3, and our board is entirely volunteer based. I've been at every single City League event until the one today that I was not at, but every other one, we're all volunteer with the exception of our paid coaches. You can go to the next slide. But the number one question is, we love City League, but what happens in middle school? We can obviously continue to do City League up through middle school, but we've been in close contact with Jamie and Chris since the inception of City League. And there is a strong desire for a compelling middle school sports situation in town. And so we could obviously do City League, but I think would be more compelling for a sense of belonging for athletes, for a sense of identity, for a sense of kind of being part of the community, is to be on a possible no-cut basketball team. I'm on the basketball team. I'm on the Park City Middle School basketball team. There's something really strong about that, especially when people are possibly taking a step outside of club, doing City League, but then they're like, oh, if I want to have any chance of making the high school soccer team, I have to go back to the clubs, and then I'm traveling and then playing a single sport, then I can't do a multi-sport option. So if you can go to the next slide. Our goal is just to help with soccer, basketball, baseball, and softball for this next year. Our City League methodology is we order pretty nice uniforms, and then they're returned at the end of the year. Instead of paying $600 for club uniforms every 2 years, we pay for them and then we wash them and then they're returned like I feel like most of us did when we were kids. It will start by being a local league with games and playoffs completely intramural in town. But the uniforms I'm proposing would be Miners or Park City, and we can wear armbands where the typical City League teams are the Mountain or chairlift names if you have kids in City League. Ontario versus P5 versus Jupiter versus McConkey's. We will probably still do that, with armbands. But this allows us the opportunity to not have to reorder uniforms in year 2 or year 3, if and when there's a strong desire in town and for us to, harvest a representative team to play against North Summit or South Summit. Or if we can't get them to play ball, we can just enter an AAE basketball tournament and bring an A, B, and a C team and enter in different divisions. We can enter a 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade team. We can do this at the soccer tournaments around town. And wouldn't it be cool if there was a Park City Middle School team playing against some of the club kids? And I'm telling you, what we're seeing in the development of the first year of City League is a lot of those, the City League teams could be very competitive. And it'd be very cool to have the middle school team be competitive at a club tournament, if they go maybe once a year or something. So that's the proposal, and we're working on an MOU, with Lindsay, and our only goal is to support you all. We could obviously have done it as City League. I think it'd be much more compelling to have it be Park City Middle School, and we're just in the background. We have the coaching staff, we have over 100 coaches that work with us, that are paid and trained in our philosophy of love of sport and high development, high rep count. Because our general philosophy, which seems to be working, is it's not about telling the kid that they need to commit or they need to go home and practice if they want to be like Messi. It's like, no, let's make this so fun that they just go home and we've heard reports that at McPolin, there's basketball games going every day at recess, at both recesses. There never used to be basketball. Maybe the kids are gonna get really good at basketball, not because of any sort of thing we're teaching them about keeping their elbow in. It's because it's super fun, and now they're all playing recess. And now we got like a lot of ballers in town. And on top of that, what we also do, this is just on the side, we do chaperone drop-in stuff. So for example, a week and a half ago at Willow Creek, we had like 60 kids just playing pickup basketball in Willow Creek. And so the goal is to not have kids specialize, but have well-rounded athletes in town. And by doing the middle school sports, I think it also allows some kids, we have so many kids that their parents have said they would have stopped. There was a Aspen Institute some study that just came out that said like the year that kids stopped playing was when they're 12. The middle school years are when kids stop playing sports.
They move inside and go on screen.
Yeah. And
So next week,
yeah.
did City League just start here in Park City, or is it
Yeah.
like y'all just came up, like you were like,
Well, yeah, it was out, to
like,
be honest, like
this
it's
is
not,
not where we wanna be.
it wasn't totally
isn't working.
altruistic.
Let's just,
I love family dinner with my 3 kids, and then I was a club coach and we're in all over the country. And it was just untenable. And my kids are really big into team sports. We're also big mountain bikers and skiers, but it was just, I could see the future was not gonna be good for our family and the amount of people at some of these club games and people, everyone's talking like, what are we doing with our lives? This is so hard for the family, but yet it's what everybody's doing in America. This was just, it was born out of necessity.
I can't tell you how relieved I was when my 8th grader did one season in Devo ski team and then didn't wanna do it again. I was like, thank God.
I love this so much.
Yes, this is phenomenal.
I have a couple questions. Will Basin Rec still be part?
So
Partner
that is the
group?
current, that would be the current plan, because right now we have a framework with them for 1st through 5th. It's also been we did soccer by ourselves, and we were a user group with the town, and we did it all with friends, and it's great. We've done basketball and baseball the last 2 seasons of the Basin. It's just been really nice to have the flexibility with this crazy weather over the last couple weeks, just go indoors to the field house. It's just so convenient to be able to have that sort of flexibility. The other thing is having the flexibility to possibly have the 5th graders playing with the 6th graders. So that would be the current framework. It's actually not in the MOU, because we just had another meeting with Basin yesterday, and they have a keen interest in continuing to work with us through middle school. But my strong desire from a branding, marketing standpoint is that it is Park City Middle School Athletics. Subtext powered by City coaching and Masonry rails in the sense that they would sign up on the Masonry website through their app. But,
And
That's
some
my
logistical back
Yeah.
end stuff, right? There's only so many 6th through 8th graders here in town, and we
Yeah.
don't want to be competing for the same
With-
kids. So how do we ensure this is a collective effort amongst
and
the
we were
3
just talking
entities?
with Brian Gazel, Sam and Logan in Basin yesterday. We asked them to take down their 6th through 8th. They didn't have any signups yet. The 1st through 5th, so that they posted 6th through 8th soccer and 1st through 5th City League soccer. At the same time, and 2 days later, there was 200 city leagues and 0 6th through 8th. And so I'm like, can you take that down? Because we're gonna go talk to the school board and, but then I'm sure when we announce this, everyone's waiting for what's gonna happen.
Okay, I have another question.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna have coaches who are paid for, you know, owned by, affiliated with someone other than the district, how do we make sure we're all aligned in terms of coach training when it comes to safe sport? So,
That would all be outlined in the MOU.
it'll be in the
We want to ensure we're not commingling funds, but also aligning professionalism
How
and
we
training for our coaches.
Yeah, so we have like background check, safe sport, concussion training,
Great.
and then there's the city league training, which is like, don't yell at the kids. You'd be surprised.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
we're ball coaches,
Not so much.
joystick kids, that's how they're. But there's a whole philosophy, but we do the safe sport coaching and background check, but any additional requirements, we're happy to provide, just, yeah.
Okay, my last question, because I love the idea so much of having a community-based league and all these things. It sounds like you want to go to nearby communities too. Then we start having more travel and it starts getting more complex. Do you feel like your MO is really to stay, if you go to Park City, keep Park City, just
100%.
like Park
I
City?
mean, a lot of people have said, I've built a company, that was a global company, and everyone's like, well, you gotta do that with, this is a Park City thing. There's no interest. If anything, we'd make a white paper and let other communities, I've helped somebody in Aurora, Colorado, learn about it. I'm just advising them, helping them do a similar thing. But we have no interest in replicating this in other towns. On the question of travel, we think that to be a compelling athlete that has a chance of participating in a varsity sport at some point in high school, we think that there is an element of possibly playing against another town. It would only always be in the season, so never year-round sports. It's basketball season, it's the winter. In the first year, I could see maybe taking 3 teams to a tournament in West Jordan. Down the line, if we can get the other towns to play, then maybe there's a game against North Summit, a game against South Summit, there's 2 exhibition games. And until an actual league, middle school league in Utah were to be formed, it's just lightweight, it's propped up on the foundation of an intramural, highly compelling intramural thing. It's not, this is a no-cut thing, but the bottom third get no actual sport, and it's like just culture being on the team. The primary thing is an intramural thing where we have, you're put on a team, you're on this team of 12, you have a dedicated coach and assistant coach. You're playing in a tournament that's entirely at Ecker or at one of the Basin fields. There's, little tournament trophies, and it's like totally self-sufficient. If we can have some sort of travel component, that will be completely secondary, and it will never be
The barrier.
yeah.
The larger school districts, Granite, for example, they have middle school, junior high athletics because they have the enrollment to do so. When I went to Chris, probably this time this year, and said, or last year, hey, I wanna develop some sort of middle school sports. We emailed superintendents, ADs across the Wasatch back. None of them are interested. I know there's a need despite what they have shared, but they were not interested in joining forces. That is why we went with this intramural model. So you.
But I'm gonna stop talking, I really am. There's so much good data about how important it is to keep kids doing multiple sports their whole way through at least middle school and up. And there were two really cool articles that came out in Journal of Pediatrics, and then there was one in the New Yorker about how the quality of play that we're seeing in the NFL and in the NBA is not as good as maybe it used to be, because kids aren't having this time not being so supervised and having hours upon hours upon hours upon hours to get creative and figure out play.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what happens is we overschedule our kids and we expect that like, oh, because I'm paying the $2,000 for the club thing, then they're getting an hour here and an hour there. But my father-in-law grew up poor in Argentina and used to play for 6 hours every day, every single. And he's the best soccer player I've ever seen. He didn't play any, didn't have any fancy anything.
And if they love it, they'll do that.
Right, so our goal is to have seasonal sports, but then also have these chaperone drop-in things where there's pickup ball, there's pickup soccer, there's home run derby, sandlot baseball happening every single day at Willow Creek, at Trailside, and Basin supportive of that, that maybe City League is now taking over on a lot of the sports. But how can Basin still provide their mission to the town? And we believe it could be through a lot of this sort of chaperone drop-in stuff. And if you think about it, an athlete's like time playing sport just goes way up. There's less time in the car and more time just playing with their friends and figuring out cool moves. Being silly, you know.
And there's nothing better than a playground with like 50 to 100 kids on it. That's playing.
Yeah. Outside.
So, absolutely love everything about this. Multi-sport athlete, degree and masters in sports science. It drives me nuts how early kids specialize in the States. It's getting worse everywhere, but it's particularly in the States. But kids should be playing multiple sports like through high school, preferably. Anyway, my question is not about those kids, because we know that a lot of kids start very, very young, and by 12 and stuff or whatever. What about the kids we miss when they're very young? What about the kids who, for whatever reason, don't pick it up in elementary school and then want to? And I know you say it's no cut, I know you say it's fun, but how do we pick up those kids who are missed at the youngest age, and then when they're in middle school, want to try it? How do we avoid those kids? How do we get rid of the barrier to entry for them with all the kids who have been trying for years?
Yeah, so all of our practices are camp style and everyone's there. And so, for example, for soccer, we had 170 kids at a time. I'm there with a megaphone, like the crazy place. We have stations, and all of our stations are designed such that an elite top level kid coming from club is getting the reps and the development, but also for some reason we call him Timmy. Timmy, who has never played before and is just scared of the ball or this or that. For example, we will not do this with middle school, but to show you some more flexibility, we designed a station on baseball that had yoga blocks, and it was like a carnival game. And so it's just incentivizes them to get high rep count of throwing the ball. The brain is a beautiful thing. It will self-optimize. We don't need to say, oh, get your elbow here, do this. We get one cue, you need to drag him back there, bring the ball back, and then just try to knock down as many yoga blocks as you can. And they're throwing 200, actually 200 is too many, but 75 per, yeah, 75 balls in their brain, and before you know it, they start to get it. And what's also cool about this town is we live in a town of incredibly athletic parents. So if I see a kid and I know, it's kind of weird, I know all the kids in town and the parents are like, who knows that man? But so I know all the kids in town. And I know that when I see someone who, okay, I know this kid, I know the parents, he can't really play soccer very well. If I can get this kid somehow through fun and not like work memorization, but just how can we design something fun for this one kid? So he kicks the ball 1,000 times in the next 2 weeks. we've had kids that have never played soccer by the end are just incredibly strong athletes, and so we can ramp people up really quickly. And that's something I saw in club. I was a club soccer coach. We were doing 3-on-2, 2-on-1 drills, and this kid is so fast, fastest kid in the league, could not kick. So it's like we're asking him to cross the ball the whole length of the field. He can't do it. And he was like, I don't like soccer. I'm not good at it. We had him in City League the next year, and he's one of the all-stars because we have 10 radar guns, and it's like kick the ball up against the fence, and you have a feeling of success. Like the radar gun, if you're only kicking it 10 miles an hour, next to the kid who can kick it 45, you don't feel like you're doing very good. But if you can kick it 10, then 12, then 14, again, the brain will self-optimize, and you're having a feeling of success. We can get those kids up to speed, and also we teach the kind of really, really good kids that it's not about winning, it's about how can you be a leader? How can you elevate your teammate? Wow, like you see how you can maybe help this kid, just the leadership development alone from having like even teams as opposed to having like the A team here and the B team there, which we may have if we go down to a tournament, but the base thing is completely even teams after assessments. And so I think we can get those kids up.
So you.
Needed brotherhood.
With
No, we don't want to stop it at middle school. The goal is, the biggest need in town is like first through 8th grade. But eventually, we know of, like 15, someone reached out to 15 girls who are cut from the high school volleyball team. We want to create like a compelling.
After that, even kids who go through college, I mean, they're like, you play, even if you play golf, then you start, you go pro when you start.
Yeah.
And like, there isn't any for adults.
No, I've looked a lot at like what's going on in Dallas, obviously a much larger market than Park City, but Dallas is an incredibly compelling, very competitive intramural sports situation for every single age up through seniors, 65 plus. And I think that we can continue to do that. We're very tight with Basin. They are very supportive of everything we're doing. And I think there's a way to keep doing it where like we can provide more no-cut options where, I mean, one last anecdote, we talked to Jamie about this, he's heard this story like 3 times. I would not have made the basketball teams, but my town was small and I didn't grow till I was a junior. And then senior year, I could dunk the ball and was the leading scorer. And I don't play basketball in 2026. I was the shortest kid. They tell me, you're not good at that. You should probably do something else. If we can have something where kids can play a high level of sport, because City League it's a pretty high level of sport that is being played in town and in a kind of a rec environment. If we can keep that going through high school, I guarantee you we will see kids who don't make the freshman team, don't make the JV team, and then develop, and they've been playing high level sport for 10 weeks a year, and then boom, you're all-star.
Right.
So how do you deal with the parents?
Get ahead of it. Okay. So we send emails out ahead of time, and we actually, this is gonna sound crazy, but when we have 8 soccer games going, we go and talk to each parent ahead of time. Are you talking about parents being crazy on the sidelines?
Yeah, or that they expect, my child's gonna be in the Olympics, I think
They-
that,
Yeah, go for it.
They know what they're getting into with this, because they've chosen it. Because like, look, this is a different concept of probably what you're used to, which, as you heard Max say, that's what a lot of the parents are here asking for. We're already overwhelmed, our kids are overwhelmed. We'd love to get back to just what this community model looks like that most of us really grew up on. To where you did that through, up until high school, where now it's like, oh, we've got these kids with $1,000 worth of gear and uniforms, and they're 6, and they're going to somewhere in Louisiana to play the 6-team national championship. And so the parents know what they're getting into because they've asked for it. Not that we don't have issues from time to time, but.
So is this, like, I saw your thing of cost on there, so this is more cost effective for these parents, that's why they don't do these leagues and they don't do these travels. Myself, when my children were young, I couldn't afford $200 to join a club, and that was 15 years ago, so I can only imagine what it is now. So do you have options for children that can't afford?
Yeah, so it will be, basically if you're on free lunch, free school lunch, you can get, I believe it's 75% off. With that said, we also, on the side with City League, anyone can just email us anytime. We'll cover the whole thing, and or, for example, in baseball, we provided the jerseys and we asked for the people to buy $15 for advance, but said, no questions asked, anybody who can't afford that, or we might put any financial strain, just let us know, and we would just drop ship them Amazon to their house. So it's, yeah, we want it to be totally inclusive for everyone. Yeah, for the whole middle school programs, we want it to be very affordable. We don't want anybody to email and say like, oh, we can't afford it, everything is very affordable, and we did have some people, because this year basketball was $30 a person. And we had a couple people say, oh, you know, I had to wait until today, and I just waited, the kid got to play. So it's every kid who has a desire to compete. The long-term goal of City League as the 501c3 is, you know, not to be somewhat of like a sports version of PCF, in the sense that like, we're gonna kick off our fundraising season this year. We want something sustainable, and wouldn't it be cool to just make it free down the line? So it's just free for everybody.
Where do you play handball?
We played it in the gym at
I
Becker.
mean, I grew up playing handball back these.
Oh, really?
Our kids, so we said handball, I'm like, nobody back in the West knows what handball is.
They're running around, throwing these little tiny soccer balls at each other. It's fun.
We're excited about this partnership. We're in the early stages of drafting an MOU. It is highly likely we will come back in June with a final MOU. Thanks to Chris, Max, and Jamie, Chris especially for running with this idea of middle school sports, because I just said, hey, in passing, I have this idea about middle school sports. You know how passionate I am about athletics, and he has ran with it. And I would say we have been wildly successful in year one, despite the iterations. And just the evolution to intramurals, because we couldn't get partnerships with the Wasatch Back School Districts.
I don't know how you spell it.
Yes, this group knows how I feel about athletics.
Now that I know that. I know what I'm texting now.
Right.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, Lordy.
Right?
Something here is.
Yeah.
That is so exciting. Remember when at the National Sport Association meeting, I said, you know, old New Mexico?
Yeah.
And how they set up something like this and then had all the middle school counselors remember to enter sport for the kids that they have lack of connection.
Yeah.
Teaching kids these sports.
And we even utilize some of our high school teachers who have been willing to go down and coach these intramurals, so it's creating that connection to the high school very early.
Nice. And then they even mentor with kids to mentor.
Okay, we're now at the consent agenda. Lord, I think feel like we're.
We talked about France for a long time.
Okay, so for the consent agenda, we have the regular session minutes of April 7th, we have the closed meeting minutes of April 7th. Travel request, health assurances, approval of Rocky Mountain easement by pulling,
So we do,
that one, we're doing Rocky Mountain,
yes.
right, but not the next.
Good.
We have Tango Aviation Curriculum Contract Approval, the Rev Robotics Contract, Cyber.org Contract, Switch EV Battery Lab Contract, Trailside Elementary Land Trust Amendment, Personnel and Board Revenue and Expenditures of April 2026. Second.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as well.
I'll second.
And then do we need to formally pull something out or
She did not, yeah, since she said as read, we're okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
All in favor? Aye.
The public comment.
We already skipped, yeah, alright, so monthly reports.
We have our student on the board is the only one.
You know, I was
in
there. Oh, yeah.
You're
Hang in there.
leader.
You're like, oh my god, I'm never gonna go.
I'll try to be quick. Kind of like Mr. Fine touched on, girls fall did win their state championship and girls lacrosse just won their semifinals win today. The minor film festival is coming up May 21st, 7 p.m. It's free for all students and it's gonna be in the Eccles. Everyone is super excited about Memorial Day weekend. It'll be a nice little break before school lets out.
Do they know they don't have school on Friday?
I know I.
Just making sure.
Was that a snow day? Yeah, it was, we built it out of there, makeup, good we
needed
it, but we don't. There was no snow.
Yeah.
Yeah. The NHS Memorial 5K is the 26th Tuesday. It's at 1:15 during school. All kids are let out on an assembly schedule. Everyone's encouraged to come, but nobody's getting forced. Obviously, there's going to be kids who don't want to go and they're going to go home. But everyone is encouraged to come whether they run, walk, or just play the field games. Tuesday, May 26th, there's also the multi-generational book club coming together at Park City Senior Center from 3 to 4 p.m. to discuss Remarkably Bright Creatures by Shelby Van Pelt. The 2nd and 4th of June laptop collection volunteers are needed as well. The sign up can be found on the Silver Scoop or by emailing Allie Gallagher. All senior walkthroughs are on June 4th at 12 p.m. All elementary schools in the district are participating as well as the day school. Senior brunch is the 5th, right after that 8 to 10:30 a.m. practice. The fundraising goal is almost met. I think we're almost at 5,000 for student council and the goal is I think 6,000. Grad night after graduation is 10 to 2. Donations are welcome and much appreciated by the PTSO. The easiest way to do this is in the PTSO section of the PCHS website. Checks can also be dropped off at the office if it's easier. There is a raffle list as well. Questions or comments can go to the PCHS grad night email. And the list can also be found on the Silver Scoop. Volunteers are needed for grad night. It is encouraged that all adults participate, not just senior parents, especially not senior parents because they're busy celebrating their seniors. You don't even need to have kids to volunteer. All helping hands are welcome. And that sign up can also be found on the Silver Scoop as well as emailing the grad night email. This event is going to be super fun. There's a DJ, a photo booth, there's a hypnotist coming, caricaturist, like it's really fun and the goal is to help keep our students safe because statistically it is a very dangerous night for grads. So, and they're literally just handing out money at the end of the night, like they're just like, take it. So I really do encourage students to go. And then,
It's true.
Because I can't, there's not enough attendance.
Exactly.
and then we are working in student council on surveying the students on school lunch and food served at PCHS and working with the lunch staff to see how they're feeling. So far, it hasn't been moved along a lot, but that is something I'm working on this week and in the upcoming weeks, and hopefully we can have that data for the first board meeting of next year. And then the school mascot, another survey was sent out. There was almost 400 people who responded to this one instead of 30. So that's a little bit more data. The main consensus was 38.1% people are encouraging Manny 2.0. The second most supported one is the moose, and then the third is the Yeti. I think it hasn't been communicated very effectively and there has been some confusion among students
we will always be the minors and we're not getting rid of Manny. Manny just may have a friend. A friend that smells better and
and was damaged extensively last year during shipments.
yes.
Manny
Manny
had
has-
a
So hopefully we can get that going. We do still have conversations in student council that needs to happen and with the administration as well. But right now, I think people are still feeling very loyal towards Manny. So yes, but I think we will move ahead with getting Manny a friend. But we'll have to see who that friend is.
A Yeti, a Sasquatch, what were the other
A
options?
moose.
The moose, the only thing with the moose, make Poland. So I think if we do move ahead with the moose, we will talk with the Poland administration just to see how they feel. But conversations still need to be had in student council and among administration to see where we're moving forward with this.
A marmot.
I think there have been some conversations about the Yeti. Maybe you could wear a Porsche or anything, can wear ski goggles. But we are keeping Manny. Manny's not going in the trash anytime soon.
Noted.
Okay.
How was goats and floats?
So good. I got out of my AP test in time to go out and say hi. We thought that, they wouldn't have babies just because of the season, they would be a little older, but they were babies and they were so cute. Yes, I think for next year, Teacher Appreciation Week isn't going to be the national week just because of AP testing. And from a personal standpoint, since I was kind of a lead on that, it was very difficult to try and manage. And I think the main, not necessarily complaints, but feedback from teachers were, it would just be a lot smoother and easier if it was not AP testing time.
Who brought the goats?
I have a goat guy, his name is Francisco.
She got the goat guy. Francisco brought the goat.
I know my mom told me about, I found him on Facebook and I messaged him, I was like, can they travel? He was like, yes, let's do it. And he's actually a Park City graduate, so it's amazing that we could partner with him.
Go say you can't do
Somewhere.
Yeah, and will you continue with us next school year, Lila?
Oh, yes, I
Okay.
has been announced I'm still on board again.
Okay, all right.
I have one question. Can we survey the ECHA kids about their lunch as well?
Yeah, I can work with their leaders.
Run that show.
Well, he tried, so he tried to put together a document that everyone could sign, but here's what's happening at ECHA. Kids keep trying to do that, and some other kid will just go in and ruin it. So that's what happened. So he had a few dozen signatures and then it got ruined.
Do you guys work with Edgar Hill's leadership class?
We don't, but I think that I can definitely talk to Miss Lee about creating maybe a team building or mentorship.
Even if like quarterly, you guys
Yeah.
got together.
Yeah, we could.
And I have for the Memorial Day service on Monday at the Park City Cemetery, I have Cohen Nelson is our high school, will be playing trumpet for them.
That's at 10.
At 10. Thank you. She's got a goat guy like that. That was worth staying until 7 o'clock at night. With baby goats. Okay, because we are pulling the release time to get a little more feedback from parents at elementary schools, or just make sure that they're aware that we need to make this adjustment. We've got 2 decision items, the board meeting calendar for the next school year. And so should we do these separately? Yes.
Yeah, my question is on the calendar, as I've been sitting here, do we want to survey parents of rising 10th through 12th graders? Because this would impact their students' first day of school. So their first day of school wouldn't be until August 20th. Freshmen, or I should say pre-K to freshmen would be August 19th.
Oh.
I don't know that that needs as much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Days,
Okay.
you know, as a change in a weekly schedule.
Okay.
Like those 15 through 18-year-olds,
Yes.
whatever.
They're self-sufficient.
Yeah. They just need to know what we feel.
Yeah. Lila, from your perspective, as a, well, I guess you went to ninth grade at Treasure, huh? Would picture yourself entering the new high school with 1,500 kids? Would a day just with your peers in ninth grade have been helpful?
I was talking to Miss Lee about it, and I think, yes, because even going from Ecker to Treasure was really scary for me. Not necessarily because it was like a different school, well, that too, but just like you're thrown into a completely new group of kids. And like they touched on earlier, like developmentally, you're so different. And walking in as a fresh ninth grader, staring up at a senior who's like a full-grown adult, you're just like, I have no idea what to do. You're trying to find your classes. Like, even though I had experience at the high school, because I walked back and forth, but then this year with the new addition, I was like overwhelmed. And I think letting them walk through and get to know the layout and the culture of the school is a really amazing idea.
It's very common across high schools. This is not.
Seems like a really good transition.
Don't we do it for the elementary going into Ecker?
We do not.
No, there's the whole
We-
other adventure.
Now, they do restructure how they spend the first couple of days of school with, sixth graders. They're with their advisory and they spend a lot of time team building, helping them navigate the school according to their schedule, but they don't excuse seventh and eighth graders on that first day of school.
They don't come at me.
Separate.
Separate.
But they've got kind of their own ring.
They
I mean,
Yeah,
they
they don't
don't
have
separate
that.
anyway.
I still, I ninth grade orientation, I think is a good thing.
Great idea. So. Adopt.
Yeah, so the motion would be that the first day of school for pre-K to ninth grade.
First we have the
Oh,
board
sorry.
meeting calendar. There's two decision items. First, we have the board meeting calendar.
Which I would propose we shift the August board meeting from the 18th through the 25th. Because the first day of school is on the 19th.
Oh, yes.
That's a good,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And I don't wanna be here till 7 o'clock on the eve.
We don't want to bring all teachers in on the 18th.
So that we, so approving the calendar with that change of the August date.
We changed it from the 17th to the 24th, please.
Yeah.
This is the 18th.
No, Tuesday is
2027.
Everybody have it wrong?
That's the one year.
26. So.
It'll be August 18th.
Yeah, from the
18th.
18th to the 25th. Because the first day of school is Wednesday, the 19th.
Okay.
That's.
There was another one that originally that Lori had sent out that were different than what was on the calendar. And I think it was February, maybe? Was that because of break?
Mm-hmm.
February and the April one are kind of wonky because of the breaks. So we could either have it before or after, whichever you prefer. I just kind of meant with what happened. Okay.
If we go the week before break, we just get into this weird cadence of the 30-day posting period if we have curriculum adoptions and things.
Center.
This is the one in February. Which one was it that was different? There was a February 9th would be different.
Yeah, February 9th, we go that Tuesday before break.
Or it would be the 23rd of February. Because right now it's on, I have from what you sent out last year was on the 16th.
But that's in the middle of break.
Right,
Yeah,
middle of
for
break.
the night.
Okay. Okay. We can always adjust these as we need to,
Right.
you just have to send it in as our adopted calendar.
Yeah, because we have.
Yes,
It's
just
not a carbon pattern.
So I make a motion to approve the board meeting calendar with the August meeting moved.
From the 18th to the 20th.
That's it. I second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, now it's your turn.
So I believe the motion would be the first day of school would remain on Wednesday, August 19th for pre-K to 9th grade. We would shift the first day of school for grades 10 through 12 to Thursday, August 20th. That still keeps us within the window of the required school days for students.
Will this affect any?
No, they would still report. And speaking with Caleb and his team, they want this to be an all hands on deck. So staff would report as if 9 through 12 was in the building.
Motion to approve the freshman first day.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We're scratching 7.3 for right now. Correct. Okay. We have the following policies for posting. These policies have been reviewed by the policy committee and are now before the board for posting. Policy 7097, nepotism. Policy 7160, orderly termination. Policy 9025, wellness.
I make a motion to approve, said policy for posting.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, just squeaking in under the wire here before 7 p.m. Oh, I need a motion, yes.
I motion to adjourn to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Vote, meeting adjourned.